Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today on a lovely Sunday. All right. Good morning, everybody.
H-Day wave, H-Day wave, H-Day wave, H-Day wave, H-Day live, H-Day live. Hope you're feeling.
Okay. All right, looks like everything's good here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for the support coming in this morning. We have a couple offline supporters. Shout outs to Kalika. Shout out to Rain5150. Big shout outs to Beady Baby.
Oh shit, sub is finally older than I am. H-Day clap, H-Day cheer.
Simcetera, good morning. Spunky Pumpkin, OZ. Good morning. Feeling better for sure. Thank you, OZ. Thank you, Oz.
Sunday, all Artify 25 cozy.
Vault Dweller Lee, good morning. Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you, Calico Reese,
back, baby.
for 32.
Live, H-to-scat-jam.
Thank you very much, Blobby Fish, for 40. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show today. Hope everyone's feeling good. Happy Sunday. You should play a Star Wars game. I'm gonna pass. But thank you though. May the 4th be with you. Not interested in any Star Wars games today.
3 years to a very happy Sunday to the fam. H-Day clap.
But I'm sure there'll be plenty of that going on out there in the content universe for you to enjoy. We're gonna stick it to the classics today. We're gonna play some Stardew Valley. Good morning, Introvert Latina. Good morning, Majinx. Charlie, welcome back.
Glad you're feeling better. H-to-shine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, M. Bliss, for the 15 months tier 2. Thank you for that. Thank you, Courtney, for the 11 as well. Let's turn this down. It's loud. Good morning, Ebony Bow. Welcome in here, Courtney Brielle. Appreciate the kind words. One Furry Llama. Good morning. Wind Waker is my favorite as well. Rosie G, welcome to the show, Shelby. Ryan Perp, Dragon Martinez, Hannah. Good morning to you again, Spunky Pumpkin. Dragon Martinez out here wiggling. We like to see that. Trips 14, Kels, good morning. Epic Mimikyu, Hannah. Lazy Stoneheart. Good morning to you. Yo, Epic Mimikyu, your package came back. It finally got returned. And we can get that shipped out to your proper address. I'm very happy about that. I'll be sending you a message about that. Kita Benita, good morning. Parappa's in the house. Jita Chan, Mike 84, Quince 3. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Lemons and Limes. Leia's in the house. Dazza's in the house. Good morning, Bookworm, Brutal Bliss. Squishalicious, welcome to the show today. Good to see you. Welcome in. All right, we're back on a Sunday. It's been quite a few days. Appreciate everyone's patience. Some unscheduled downtime mixed in with some scheduled downtime. And it all kind of led to a pretty long week. Happy to be back though. Happy to be back. Happy to be vibing. We'll do some Stardew Valley for consistency's sake and just for something nice and easy to get back into after so many days away. And we'll kick off this last day of the week together here on Twitch. I hope everyone's had a good couple days there. What was it? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sheesh. Absolutely sheesh. Happy belated birthday, dear diary. All right. Yo, shout out to the YouTube gang. If you made it this far into the video so far, I'd like to say good morning. If you found this VOD in the future, I will have timestamps below for you to navigate the broadcast, maybe skip any kind of intros or breaks if they're too long. I will use timestamps to skip those as well. But we have a good day today, and I appreciate you tuning in. If you enjoy Stardew Valley, plenty more to come. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, and good morning, Twitch squad. Good to see you today. Welcome in. Sunday is definitely the last day of the week, but some people believe it's the first day of the week. It's just kind of where you're from. I think overseas calendars start the week on Sunday, or something. One of the parts of the world start the calendars on Monday, and another part of the world starts the calendar on Sunday. So it really is like a subject of preference and where you were raised. But I firmly believe Sunday's the end of the week. I guess that's because I grew up in a Christian household, right? And day 7 you rest or something. I don't know, man. You think I paid attention? I was ripping packs. You think I was paying attention in church? I was ripping packs, son. We start on Monday. America typically starts on Sunday. Yeah. It's like some BS. All I know is that I've always believed Sunday to be the end of the week. Yeah. So if you don't agree, then let me know so I can time you out. Yo, thank you, Ross, for the gifted sub, dude. I appreciate you saving the hype train, homie. It's called the weekend for a reason. Try to pop in on my birthday. Yo, happy birthday, Lemons. Happy belated. Hope you had a good day. Hope you celebrated yourself. All right. Let's go ahead and jump over here. We'll get this overture going. We're going to dive into some games here this morning. Okay, sick. Now my weekend is Monday, Tuesday. I used to have Monday, Tuesday off because I worked in a kitchen and nobody else wanted those days off. Everyone wanted the weekend to party. So I used to have a Monday, Tuesday weekend as well. Packs have been good to you this morning. I've had a couple good ones. The past couple days. Definitely loving the new set. We haven't had a chance to talk about the new set at all. It's been good though. I've definitely been ripping packs. I have a couple chase cards I hope to get. I'm actually going to compete this time though. So I'm actually more fixated on getting cards to build decks with. And I'm just hoping that the stuff that I want comes later, like the cosmetic stuff. But I'm looking to build decks. Yeah, we're talking about Pokemon TCG Pocket. It's a phone app where you can collect cards and battle. It's pretty cool. It's free to play, but you know how that goes. They'll try to get into your pockets at any point possible. Yo, good morning, Ruby. Good to see you today as well. And thank you. Salutes to the Hype Train. Thank you for the welcome back, Hype Train. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, chat room. Always coming in with a bunch of electricity after a couple days off, especially some unscheduled ones. Those ones can hurt. Just like any business, downtime is is that means the business isn't running. So those 2 extra days off were not intended, I'll tell you. It hurts. Went to a con a week ago, still burnt out and tired. Yeah, all that social activity, man. I can imagine. Dude, I get burnt out from 10 minutes in Walmart, let alone a con. Holy heck, dude. That's you gotta be in the right mindset for that one. You gotta make that one happen, dude. All right. All right, heading back to the old fishing farm this morning. Heading back to the old fishing farm, see if we get lucky enough to get the quest that we want. The game's been pretty boobish to us. We pretty much went I think almost 8 weeks. Maybe like 4 to 8 weeks. And we haven't seen the legendary fish quest yet, so we're hoping that we get that here today. Yo, thank you for the biddies, Ryan Perp. I appreciate that, dude. The buzzer biddies. Yo, enjoy your lurk and thank you. Just saw the picture of the stream room. Yeah. I'm gonna take some more pictures. Because a bunch of work got done on the house this past couple days. So I spent 2 days dealing with medical stuff, and then I spent 2 days like messing around with my house because I had a guest in town, so they were helping me out. So the stream room got redone. I got my carpet installed finally, so that I built the dining room table, and then we were able to like start setting the living room up. I still haven't committed to any kind of like couch or furniture yet, but in due time. And then I went out and I got myself some little pieces of furniture to kind of bring everything together, like some chairs for my front porch, and you know, my partner brought some like little tables they had laying around out, and all sorts of stuff. So I'll go around and take a bunch of pictures of stuff and share all that stuff in that thread in the Discord. Once I get a chance to do that, I just have to clean a couple things up a little bit. And but the stream room, we actually finally started decorating the stream room and put some lights up and stuff. So it'll be cool. It'll be cool once I get a chance to actually set up my stream to kind of go with it, because we're kind of in green screen mode right now. So if you want to see what we're talking about, go ahead and jump into the Discord. You'll find a picture in there, a little sneak peek. And as I progress these next couple weeks, I'll make sure that everything is where I want it to be, and then I'll actually probably start streaming with that background, and I'll figure out how to integrate it into the broadcast, and it should be pretty cool. So I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, you could use the picture to sneak peek for now, and that's all y'all get. You'll have to wait until I feel like revealing more later. Yo, thank you, Starbows. I appreciate you. Found Waldo. Nice. Yo, Lazy Stoneheart. Appreciate you. Welcome in, Stevie Bats. After today, you get 4 days off of work. You're going to a concert? Sick. Thank you, Oz. Thank you, Oz, for the kind words, dude. I appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and jump in. Holy heck, we're back to fish. We're back to the fishing farm. Here we go. I haven't played on this farm in about a week or two. I think we did like one little episode not too long ago, so okay. And now I have to kind of remember like what we were trying to do on this farm, right? I know we were like working on some Q challenges, right? Like Q's hungry challenge, can't eat. We were just going to cheese this for Q gems. And then we were kind of just in stasis. We're kind of just waiting for this quest to pop off so we can see what it's like to have more legendary fish in our farm and like how lucrative it might be. Okay, we need some coal here. So I know it was like a blend of like just kind of passing the days and like finding little ways to keep ourselves busy while we wait. I took off tomorrow, so today is my Garfield day, gaming and lasagna only. Nice. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna struggle a little bit because for some reason my buttons are different on PC than they are on Switch, even though I thought I solved that with like a profile on my controller on PC, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. But I noticed the last time I played the community farm on PC, I was like, why are my buttons different? It's such a brain jerky thing when you have to deal with different buttons, but the same game. I'll tell you one thing I'm not used to is how fast my character is when playing on this farm because we're so far along. My character is freaking zooming. Greater chance to find coal, sure. I think we were starting to get low on coal. I think so. And I know we were doing a ton of smoking. Or not smoking, but I don't know, killing. We're doing a bunch of killing. What's up, Joe Bean Taco? Yo, good to see you today, Casino Roy. Yeah, appreciate everyone's patience. A bunch of unintended downtime last week. So if people are curious where I was, one thing led to another, and I ended up taking off. I ended up doing like a half stream because I wasn't feeling too good. And then I ended up just taking Thursday off. And then I already had Friday and Saturday scheduled off. So it just kind of snowballed into my weekend. And even though I could have snuck a couple streams in this weekend, it just wasn't really happening. So yeah, I appreciate everyone's patience. I know not everyone's like in the Discord and stuff. So sometimes when that stuff happens, it's like a little bit jarring, I imagine. You're just like not quite sure what's up. I go from streaming every day to just like not here for like a week. It doesn't happen often, I'll tell you that much. But I do appreciate everyone's patience regardless. And we'll have plenty of time this week to make up for it, because I'll be here. I don't know what's gonna go on this week. I haven't like set up a schedule or anything, but I can tell you that I will definitely be catching up with y'all this week. That's probably the best way to put it. We'll definitely be catching up. Plenty of content here this week to make up for last week. So, all right. Get all of our fish stuff going here this morning. I do love this farm because this farm, it tickles my part of my brain that loves a good routine, you know? You just wake up, you have a solid routine every day, you go and you check, and that's how like endgame Stardew gets. Endgame Stardew hits this point of like a solid routine every day, and you do a couple things every day before you have time to venture off and explore and do whatever. So I like that. That's like my favorite part about endgame Stardew, is you kind of just lock into like a routine. All right, do we have enough staircase? I think we're waiting until Sunday because we don't have enough staircases. Yeah, we were gonna trade our jades in for staircases on Sunday. So we're gonna do that Q quest on Sunday. You planning to play any Oblivion this week? I don't know. I think some night streams will be on the docket for sure. I'm not sure though. I don't really have many answers for is the next week of content. I'm still kind of wrapping my head around streaming today since I just took 4 days off. And I'll tell you right now, I didn't really think about anything those 4 days. I just kind of, 2 of those days were kind of spent just like, ugh. And then 2 of those days I was just thinking about my house and like that kind of stuff. So I'm going to be 100%. I have no clue what this next week's going to look like. I'll probably sit down tonight and try to build some sort of schedule for myself. And we'll go from there. But yeah, I definitely want to play more of that game. Hopefully my computer allows us to. And if the next episode goes as smooth as I think it might, then yeah, sure, more Oblivion. If it doesn't go as smooth as I would hope, then we'll have to just can that game and I'll just play it in my free time. So we'll see. The Oblivion stuff's kind of still up in the air. I am gonna do at least one more Oblivion stream to see how my computer reacts though. That's I can guarantee that. Otherwise, it's all depends on how that stream goes. Yo, what's up, Disney Dreamer? Good to see you. I had this game but never played it. I need to branch out from DDV. I think Stardew's a pretty good game to branch out with. I think the only problem with Stardew as far as being a branch from DDV is like Stardew can be like a little bit stressful because of the clock. So you have to go into it reminding yourself that like there's no ending to the game and that like the clock doesn't really matter. And as long as you go into the game with like the right mindset, I think Stardew is a beautiful parallel alongside DDV. Some similarities, but mostly pretty different games. DDV's kind of closer to Animal Crossing. But yeah, I think Stardew can be a beautiful game for any gamer of all different types. But it really comes down to how you react to some of the pressures of the early game, because early game Stardew can be a little bit brutal, dude. It can be a little bit off-putting even, depending on the kind of gamer you are. Like they make you work. you ain't getting nothing for free in Stardew Valley. You ain't getting nothing for free. Yeah, I actually already watched that interview about Haunted Chocolatier. I was gonna save it for stream, but I got too excited and I watched it with my lady friend. Yeah. I watched that. It was a cool interview. If y'all haven't watched it yet, I might watch it again on stream because I would like to hear people's comments about it, and I would like to comment a little bit more about it and share some opinions. But a beautiful interview. Eric Barone is slowly becoming my hero and simultaneously my man crush. I don't know what it is about that guy, man. He's just so cool. He's just so cool, dude. It's like crazy, actually. Great interview though. Cool interview. Give us some insights on Haunted Chocolatier and just Eric and like how they approach their content in general. And the only sad part about the interview is that he made it very clear that Haunted Chocolatier is not going to be around for years. That was the biggest, saddest takeaway about from that Eric Barone interview, was that he was like, he pretty much was like, he implied it because he was like, yeah, you know, he's like, I kind of want to just lock myself up in a cabin and go and spend 2 years making the game. And I was like, 2 years? Ugh! Like, we might be waiting a long time. And I've been trying to tell people that, like, don't be excited about Haunted Chocolatier, man. Like, it's not coming anytime soon, dude. Homie is gonna put his whole soul into it. And you don't do that overnight, man. You just don't do that overnight. Like, so it's pretty rough, but the realization set in during that interview that we're not going to see Haunted Chocolatier for a while. We just have to accept that. Gonna be a sick game though? Yeah, I think so. Stardew took him 5 years full time. Yeah, and right now he's splitting his time, and that's the problem. So if it took him 5 years for Stardew full time, and he hasn't even been able to give Haunted Chocolatier his full time at all, and he talks about that in the interview. He makes it clear, like, there's a lot of Haunted Chocolatier done, but it's he hasn't really been able to lean that far into it because he wants to keep making Stardew content. So again, it's a really cool interview. I recommend checking it out in your free time. And like I said, I might sit down and watch it on stream anyways, even though I already did, because I'd like to see what you all think about it live. I think that's a fun interaction. Yeah, exactly. Petals and pixels. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Alpha? Good morning. Thank you, Avo Cosmos, for 42 months, by the way. I really appreciate that, dude. I hope you're doing well. I'm curious what games everyone's been playing recently in y'all's free time. That's like my favorite question to ask, yo, Durbear. I think I ask that question almost every day on stream. Yeah, what y'all been gaming on? I have not been playing anything. I haven't played a video game since the last time I streamed. It's kind of been like that. So I haven't. Oh, I mean, I play TCG Pocket though. I always forget that TCG Pocket's actually a video game. I play that game like religiously. And he called me a fake gamer? No. I clearly said that it was against the gamer's code to use anything but a GameCube controller on GameCube games. And if you look up the official gamer's code, Article 764B, Amendment 74 that released in 2016, you'll clearly see that it is officially against the gamer's code to use anything but a GameCube controller on a GameCube. So I wasn't actually nitpicking you. I was really just letting you know that's against the code. But I'll admit there was definitely some implications of calling you a fake gamer. So like, that's my bad. Not intended, but a product, a casualty, if you will. Hope you had a good weekend, dude. It was cool seeing you play some games, man. I googled the official gamer code and it took me to a Roblox website. I don't want to talk about that. The gamer's code's gotten weird the past 2 years. Let's move on. You've been clearing out this star path in DDV. You've been playing some Oregon Trail. Sick. Oh, I'm still using the challenge bait. How much do we have? Let's save our challenge bait. We might try to use it on the legendary fish, which sounds crazy, but you got Dredge, dude. I know I would love Dredge. I know I would love Dredge if I picked that game up. I think I would love it. When do you think you'd watch the interview on stream? I don't know, man. Maybe tomorrow. Monday is usually good for that kind of content. We can maybe sit down tomorrow and watch that interview. I think it's like 20 minutes long. It goes by fast though. At least it did for me because I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. You got your perfection for the first ever Stardew playthrough. Whoa, Avo Cosmos perfection, dude. Congratulations, man. That's pretty exciting. Credible, Dream Crack Valley, Infinity Nikki, Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14. What's up, Cinnabunny? Been playing Claire Obscure 33, Atellar Yumia. What's up, Quelth? Good to see you in here. If I missed anybody rolling into the chat, good morning. We are back. I think I saw Quinn's pop in. It might have been Quelth that added me. I think it was Quelth. Good morning, Minty. Yeah, if I missed anybody rolling in, don't be shy to repost your messages. It was Quelth. Was your break good? Yeah, in the end, my break was actually super productive. Like, even though I had those unintended days off, so I spent my break working on my house. Like, I can't wait to share pictures. My house, like literally over 2 days, my house has become a house. Because you have to understand that my living room and dining room were completely empty because I was waiting for this carpet. And in just the short 2 days span, my whole house is filled with things and it feels like a real home. And I went from having like one space to hang out in which was like my office, to having like 4, 5 different little places that I can like scurry to and like enjoy the fact that I spend plenty on rent here. So it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We also got the chair in, and I forgot that I ordered the chair, a chair that was already pre-built. So the chair came in this massive box and it was already completely built, and I'm sitting in it right now. The chair's here. Shout out to the Throne supporters. The chair is here. We have a brand new chair that properly supports my back. Herman Miller status. Yeah, boy. And then the chair instantly broke. Imagine spending over $1,000 on a chair and then a piece of it snaps in 2 seconds before you even sit in it. Now, good thing it was a piece of the chair that didn't matter. But I'm gonna see what I can do about it. I'm gonna see if I can get some money back or something, because I think it's actually literally trash. Like, I'm actually very pissed off. It's like, so they're on the back of the chair, there's these 2 knobs, and the knobs tighten the lower back support, the lumbar support. Well, I pulled the chair out of the box and I'm looking at it and I'm reveling over it. And then I go to turn this knob and the knob just snaps. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't do it. It literally just went. Now, again, good thing that knob has 2 sides, and I can still use the other side to tighten the lumbar support. But it literally was just a piece of plastic that just straight up snapped. I didn't do anything. Like I said, I literally didn't even sit in the chair yet. Like, I just went, oh, what's this knob do? Like, it broke so easy, you would think that it broke and somebody put it in the box broken. Like, it broke so easy, you would think that somebody just put it in there broken and let me, like, figure it out myself. Because it was just like, I had zero pressure. It was just like, and I looked at my girl like, I did not just spend this much money on a chair for this to do this. I'm like, what, dude? So I don't know, man. The problem is like, it's a hassle getting money back and returning stuff. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't looked into the process, but I could only imagine the hassle it's going to be to get this chair back to them, to get a new chair or whatever they think that needs to happen. And it's like, I could just super glue the knob back on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what to do about it right now, but it's mad obnoxious, because I'm sick of, like, I've been on the phone, like, trying to get refunds for stuff for like weeks, and I'm just like, oh, here we go again. Yeah, I'm gonna get a hold of them this week coming up, and you know, I would take like a half refund. Like, for a little knob like that, like, I would totally just take like a partial refund, because the knob isn't really that important. But I've noticed that companies don't do that. They either want the chair back and they want to give you a new one, or they want the chair back and they want to give you a full refund. Nobody is about that partial refund business. So it's like, I'm gonna have to like give the chair back, I think. And it's like, whatever. Here's my $1,000 chair. Don't mind the super glue. Yeah. Pretty obnoxious. So yeah, my luck with furniture has been absolutely terrible. It was, however, super cool that the chair came completely built. I'll return the chair when I receive the replacement. Yeah. Yo, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you, dude. It could be that they send you a new chair and the box it comes in is what you use to return it. Now, I will tell you, like, that's like, that would be best case scenario, because I already broke the box and stuff down, because I'm not going to have this massive box sitting in my house. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I've already like taken the box down. I've already torn the box apart. It's like, I don't have the option to put it back in the box again. Furniture's not made with quality anymore. Yeah, dude, it's rough. All right. Filling up our fish smoker. Our fish smokers. Yo, what's up, Ginger King? Good morning. What's up, Sith Angel? Good morning as well. Welcome to the show today, Sith. Have you not gotten bored with your challenge farm? Well, because the game keeps... because I keep getting pretty bad RNG, this farm has definitely started winding down for me. Yo, what's up, Happy26? Good to see you today. Incredible, good morning. I've been playing everything because I'm unsatisfied playing. Waiting for my early birthday gift of Brothership this week. Brothership's fun. I think you'll like that game. I want to go back and actually play that game more. I did like that game. The dialogue was too much for me. I wasn't in the mood to play a game that was that wordy at the time. So I just wasn't interested in going back. Mario Wonder's great though. Using mods to affect the ability to finish a perfection run through it all. Does using mods affect the ability to finish a perfection? No, using mods will stop you from getting the Steam achievement though, unless you run a certain line of code. So if you mod your copy of Stardew, you won't get Steam achievements. However, you can run a special line of code in Steam that, like, the last I checked, that breaks that and allows you to get achievements anyways, which is pretty cool. Essentially, you can cheat it. But no, mods won't do anything to perfection. Only your achievements on Steam. Amazon let me send something back in a replacement box. Yeah, you know, Amazon used to do replacements for free. And now recently Amazon has been charging to take stuff back, dude. Like I went to send back some blinds, right? So like I picked up some blinds that didn't end up fitting the window. So I was like, all right, I'm going to send these back. I bought them for 20 bucks. And the only option for a pickup from my house, they wanted to charge me $8 to pick. You want to charge me $8 to pick this item up that I'm trying to return, but that's literally half of what I paid for the item. And like the same thing for something that broke. Like I got a shipment of something that was like broken. And I was like, you guys got to come pick this back up because you shipped it to me broken. And they were like, yeah, for $8. And I'm like, the thing only costs $12. I'm like, what do you mean, dude? Like, I'm not giving you my money, dude. And because I don't drive right now, taking it to like a UPS pickup spot isn't like something that can do comfortably right now. That's the kicker here. It's like, if I had a car right now, I would just drop it off. But because I don't have a car, they're trying to charge me $8 to pick it up from my house. And I'm like, what's the point of a return? Like, like, what's the point? You sent me a broken product and you want me to pay to send it back to you? I'm like, dude, no way. Like, Amazon wasn't like this originally. Like, I remember multiple times in the past, Amazon just like was super chill with refunds. So I don't know if like their policies changed or something, but like, I swear in the past I was able to get refunds through Amazon super easy. I just like, they show up at the door, they knock at the door, they just come take it. Everybody wins. So I don't know, man. They changed up the game on me. Their policies definitely changed. Yeah. So now I have like this $15 broken towel holder that I can't do anything with because like I'm not going to take like an Uber for $10 to drop it off to save $4. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't see the logic. Like, I'm just biting it. I'm just like, I lost. I lose. Like, I lost the $10 or whatever I spent. Like, it's gone. Depends on the dealer. Some of them do free returns. Some of them don't. Ah, so it depends on the shop. Oh, if it's third party, that makes more sense. Yeah. You could try their chat or call in person and ask for a free label and saying you can't drive. I've had more luck with that, but I've had to get the right agent. I figured that if I got on the phone with somebody, they would probably like understand. But the problem is that all customer service is like AI based now. So like I couldn't get through the wall of AI and I gave up because that's what they do. They do that on purpose to you. You know what I mean? Like they make you jump through mega hoops before they let you talk to like a real human. And after like 15, 20 minutes of like AI chat services and stuff, I was like, whatever. I'm like, take your $15, dude. I lose. I'm taking the L, dude. It isn't fun to chat or call to talk to an agent, talk to an agent, talk to an agent. Yeah, dude. It's like, I'm good, man. It's like that everywhere now. Yeah, AI, like customer service is just taking over. It's all bad. Customer service sucks everywhere across the board now. It's terrible, dude. Like the other day I tried to get on the phone with AT&T and holy heck, was it a nightmare. And then when I finally got on the phone with somebody from AT&T, you know, a lot of times those like very like basic reps can't even do anything. So you have to talk to them and then you have to get them to push you forward to like somebody who can actually do something. It's just like such a long-winded process, man. Yo, what's up, Toon? Good to see you today. All right, we have a Squid Fest to go to. I think we have squid bait. We do. And we'll take our bait maker with us. All right, we're going off to the Squid Fest. We're gonna get our squid on at the beach. One of my favorite holidays. I definitely weigh just taking the loss on the item versus talking to them. Yeah, I mean, if I have the time, I will. Like, I might try again this week on a day that I have more time. Because I agree with you. I will totally weigh the time and effort. All right, nice. We got to go in there. Yeah, Vanilla Honey asked, do you get bored of doing like a challenge farm? Well, so no, because I have an end game goal here. So really, I'm just hoping that I can reach my goal. And the only reason that the game has come to like a halt for me is because I'm waiting for a specific quest from the queue room. So that's where things are troublesome for me in this playthrough, because I can't really progress unless I get the specific quest from the queue room. And the game, I unluckily just haven't gotten the quest since I've unlocked the queue room. I think it's been like 2 months, like 2 full months in game. And we just haven't gotten the legendary fish quest. So if we keep not getting the quest, then I will just move on from the farm and just call it done. Because that's the last thing I want to do on this save file, is I want to see if I can fill up all of my fish ponds with legendary fish. But like if I keep getting, you know, bad RNG with the Q quest, it's like, well, at a certain point, I'm not going to just sit here and keep playing for like kind of no reason. I'm just going to move on. So yeah, that's what's going on with the farm. So far from bored in the sense of like, you know, I like end game routine, as I was saying earlier. Like I like where end game Stardew goes, and you build a routine and then you see your cash rolling in, and like we haven't bought all the obelisk and stuff like that. So like technically buying all 4 obelisk is something I would like to still do. I think I have 2 left. I don't really have any intentions of perfecting, but that kind of depends on what's going to happen with the legendary fish. Because if we start making a ton of cash, I might just buy the perfection, which would be the first time I ever did that, which would be pretty cool. It would be cool to say I've perfected the game 3 times because I purchased the perfection once. Like that's kind of a cool thing to say, I think. All right. I always think that you need coal to preserve stuff. I always forget that. You need coal to make the preserved jars, but not to preserve stuff necessarily. That's always something I mistake. The only way to get the fish quest quicker is just skip time, unfortunately, but might be a workaround if it's the only thing left that you want to do. Yeah, I figured skipping time was an option, right? Yeah. The way that I've been handling it for now is I'm just naturally playing the game and just hoping. But like I said, if maybe I'll start skipping days if it gets to that point, right? Yo, homemade alien with the 12, dude. Nailed it. All right, let's go to our spot. Are you romancing anybody in this playthrough? No, I decided not to. I don't have any hearts up with anybody really, besides for characters that can't be romanced. So like my highest romanceable character is 1 heart with Emily. So I'm like, I'm not really interested in like doing the process. So no, we won't be doing any romancing this playthrough. We're almost in year 4 and we don't have any hearts with anybody. Isn't that crazy? That just tells you what I've been focusing on. Very different playthrough, right? Is it like 100K for 1% or something like that? Yeah, it's a lot of money for sure. Yo, thank you very much, homemade. I need to go get chapstick. I'll be back. Unfortunate, but I don't have it in here and my lips want it. Okay. Had to go get the Chapia sticks. You found the pot of gold? Nice. Yeah, that's like a reference to St. Paddy's Day. It's like spring 17 or something. Yeah, I can look at a picture of my farm here in a minute. I have an old one. Here you go. And then under my camera is the coop. We kept the coop for ducks. All the star drops? I don't even remember where you get them all. I think I have all the star drops. I think I'm just missing the one from getting married, right? I don't know how many are in the game. I don't remember. I usually just play so much of the game that I just get them all naturally. Yeah, I think I have them all outside of romance. Star drop, Stardew. Stardew Valley Fair, check. Treasure chest on floor 100, check. From the spouse or roommate when friendship level reaches 12.5 hearts, check. Sold by Krobus for 20,000 in the sewers. I don't know, maybe I didn't buy the one from Krobus? Obtained from Old Master Cannoli, check. Received a letter from Willie the day after attaining Master Angler. I bet you I don't even have Master Angler on a fishing challenge, which is hilarious. Because we just weren't focusing on that. Yeah, I don't. Because we just weren't focusing on that. I didn't really care. So what am I missing? Whatever that is. Yeah, since we didn't do the community center. Yeah, did we do Joja Mart in this playthrough? I don't even remember, man. Now that we started another Stardew Valley playthrough with the community farm, I like forget everything about this playthrough because it's been going for a while. I think we've been playing this save since last year. So there's a star drop to be collected there, but yo, what's up, Prof Unknown? And then the last one is donating all 95 items to the museum. So I'm missing 95 items in the museum. I'm sure I haven't donated all of them. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. And then Master Angler. And then maybe the Krobus one. I have 4 of them. Yeah. So I had to have bought Krobus. Stardew Valley Fair, Floor 100 Mines, Krobus, and Cannoli. Yeah, I had to have bought Krobus, yeah. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and put our squid bait on. Let's get our squid fishing going. Yeah, isn't that funny? Strangely enough, the fishing challenge farm wasn't really set up to be focused on fishing. It's weird. It was focused on fish ponds, which aren't the same as fishing. I find that fascinating. Like, that's not the same thing. Oh, we forgot tackle. Is Willie open on a Friday? I think he is. So it's kind of silly, actually. I said that from the beginning. I remember throughout this whole playthrough, I was just kind of looking forward to fishing becoming... No! We almost got him. I was kind of just looking forward the whole time to fishing becoming a thing that we don't actually do. We would only fish if we needed to smoke fish. Yeah, happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. Somebody mentioned playing a Star Wars game for the day. It's like, there's no casual Star Wars games to play. The only one that comes to mind is Pod Racers. Pod Racer, they remade Pod Racer and put it on the Switch, and I never bought it. But like, what would you just what Star Wars games what Star Wars game would you just play for a single day? I don't think that exists. They're all like story-driven games. They're all like super story-driven. Like Lego Star Wars, like you wouldn't want to start Lego Star Wars and not like continue it, right? Like, nah. Like, what Star Wars games would you play for literally only a single day? Pod Racer's the only one that comes to mind. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying like starting a playthrough. I'm saying a Star Wars game that you would play for a single day and not go back to, just to celebrate the holiday. There's not really many Star Wars games that fall into that category that you can just like load up and just like play it and then turn it off again. Like Star Wars Legos, like you would probably want to keep playing that because it's a story driven game, not Battle Frontier. So didn't they remake Star Wars Battles 1 and 2 or whatever from the old Xbox era? Yeah, Battlefront. Yeah. Battlefront is sick. Dude, I heard that they bombed Battlefront for remakes though. I remember they bombed them. Something bad happened with Battlefront remakes. Something real bad happened with them. Like they sucked or something, or they weren't cross-platform, or the online sucked. I remember something because we were gonna play them. Like we talked about playing Battlefront on stream, and then we never ended up committing because I remember the releases were like cheap or something. Like EA like bombed the remakes. Something bad happened with them. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, that's the only game that comes to mind. Maybe like an old Star Wars game. Like I could see loading up Empire Strikes Back for Nintendo 64 like just for a day, because that game sucks. Yeah, Shadows of the Empire. That's what I meant. I said Empire Strikes Back. Shadows of the Empire for like 64. Yeah, because like that game sucks, but like in a good way. It's like a good suck. So you play it for a couple hours and then you just turn it off because it sucks. Dude, Rogue, you know what game I used to play a ton? I'm a huge fan of Star Wars Rogue Squadron. I am a huge fan of Rogue Squadron. Dude, I remember when that game came out on GameCube, I was in love. It was amazing. It was a little hard sometimes. There were some like escort missions and stuff that just like sucked. But I remember like having so much fun with Rogue Squadron, dude. I want to play that game again. I bet you it holds up today. I bet you Rogue Squadron holds up pretty well today. I bet. Again, besides for some of those missions that were just dooku. Like there's a couple missions in that game I remember struggling with so much as a kid. Like, I think it was like these weird escort missions where you had to like protect a ship or something. It sucked, dude. Yeah. Rogue Squadron was so good, dude. Star Wars Battlefront, the newer ones are made by EA. I think that was part of it. Yes, I remember something happened.
Hi, Hylian. Good to see you back.
Something happened with Star Wars Battlefront, the new ones, and I just remember that we all decided not to play it. Or like most of us. We were just like, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, it was very much a, yeah, maybe we just don't play this. I just don't remember why. Yo, what's up, Vito? Yeah, Bounty Hunter on GameCube was sick. I played so much Star Wars Bounty Hunter back in the day. I think Star Wars Bounty Hunter's kind of slept on. You know, they They also remade Star Wars Bounty Hunter for Switch. Pod Racer, Bounty Hunter, Battlefronts. Dude, honestly, the Switch got loaded up with good Star Wars games. I want to pick up Bounty Hunter on Switch. I was actually meaning to play it when it came out. And then something distracted us. I think Palia did. I think it came out the August that Palia went into early access. And I decided to just play Palia. I think that's what happened with that. I remember getting really excited about Bounty Hunter, and then I just was like, I guess I'm not gonna play this. I think Palia took over that year. I heard that Star Wars Outlaws might be coming to the Switch too. I think I heard that recently. Server problems? Yeah, server problems sounds right. I think that was it. I heard that there was like a bunch of lag or something like that. It was confirmed? Yeah. Dude, Outlaws coming to Switch is actually super cool. I think Star Wars Outlaws is sick. I think if you like Star Wars, don't listen to the media, just play the game, because the game is a really good Star Wars fan game. The music, the energy, the graphics, the world, it's all really good Star Wars fan stuff. And like, spoiler alert, there's like a really cool reveal at the end, because like the game takes place in a specific timeline in the original trilogy. And like towards the end of the game, they like lean into that, and you get like this little reveal where it's like, oh, like I remember freaking out about it, because it was like, dude, no way, like this is like the perfect thing that's happening in the storyline of the movies. Like it was really, really cool. If you're a Star Wars fan, don't listen to the critics, just play the game, because Ubisoft sucks, but that game doesn't suck.
Yo, good morning, man. Glad to see y'all feeling better. And man, your stream room looks awesome. Happy for y'all. 20 months of good times.
Yo, thank you, Flip Toast, dude. Yeah. Stream room came together pretty healthily. I'm pretty excited about it. Yo, what's up, LPK? Good morning. What's up, Ron? What's up, Crazy Ditto King Tommy Dragon? The Lego Star Wars games are on sale. I've been meaning to buy the Skywalker Saga collection for a long time, and I never commit to it. I'd love to play through the Lego Star Wars games. I want to play through Lego's Lord of the Rings games as well. Those are the two that are on the top of my list. There's a lot of different Legos games, but those are the two that are on the top of my list. It's $9.99 today. Yeah, it's tough. I spent a lot of money this week on my house. I lost a lot of money not streaming. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I'm not spending money for the rest of my life. It's free on Prime Gaming. Moving is expensive. Oh my lord, dude. The bank account is draining fast. Yeah, DKT, I knew it was you. You're the only one that comes up with super fantastical names. I knew it was you, baby. You don't think I knew? DKTD? You got a certain energy about you, bud. You couldn't hide yourself if you wanted to. You got a certain energy. And I don't care if it's through a computer screen. I can feel that energy. I'm just in tune with the cosmos like that, you know? The market in real life is vicious. I keep getting outbid. Oh yeah, dude. Housing market is just brutal. You modded your 3DS? Dude, nice, man, dude. It is so worth it to have a 3DS modded. It's so, I don't even take advantage. Like, I haven't put a single, you know, ROM on my 3DS. Just having it modded creates so many little quality of life experiences. It's just, for me, it's like, it's nice to know that I could play anything I want to play on my 3DS. Do I take advantage of that? Not really, I'm lazy. But could I? You bet your bottom dollar I could. Like, it's just like a knowing that I can kind of vibe. I don't really take advantage. I don't really care that much. I just like that I could if I wanted to. Modding lets you gain access to Pokemon Bank again if you lost it. That would be cool. I unfortunately didn't have any Pokemon in Bank, I don't think. So I would only like to use Bank to transfer stuff now. I don't know if that's like a thing. But I think I left like maybe like a shiny Charger Bug in the bank, maybe. Even though I think I transferred that up. I think my shiny Charger Bug from Pokemon Moon might be in the bank alongside like my shiny Chikorita. I think that might be it. You can still use it to transfer things today. That's cool. That's super cool. Oh yeah, the 3DS had a banger library. That's for sure. You want some spicy Doritos? The best Doritos are the purple bag. No, it's not hard to mod a 3DS at all. It's actually really straightforward.
Good morning, Hylian and folks. Thank you for your continued streaming. Appreciate you and glad you had a break. H-Day Wave, H-Day Grow.
Yo, thank you, Dolorate, for the tier 232. If modding a 3DS is the same as it was when I did it, it just takes an SD card. Yeah, and like that's it. You just need an SD card, and you need a way to put the SD card into a computer or a laptop, which surprisingly isn't always guaranteed. Most computers don't have a way to do that, so you need to get like a converter. Like for like $2, you can get a USB to SD card converter, and then you plug the SD card into that, and then you plug that into your USB on your computer. You load it up with files. It's like pretty straightforward. Like I can tell you the process right now. You put the SD card in your DS, and so I'm trying to catch this fish. So you put it in the computer, and you get like certain files on it, and then you put it in the 3DS. And then you take certain files off. I think you start on the 3DS because I think you want to back up. So like you get a file, then you put it in your 3DS so you could back up your like main files just in case something bad goes wrong. Then you take it out of the 3DS, you put it back in your computer, and you back those files up on your computer. Then you put it back in your 3DS and you run a program. Done. Your 3DS is modded. It's like that. It's like you put it in your computer, you load a program, you put it in your 3DS, you back up your files, you put it in your computer, take them off of it, put them back in the 3DS, run the program. It's like done. It's like bingo bongo. The most annoying part for me was that my 3DS requires me to take off the back plate to reach the SD card. So like that, the most annoying part for me was that I had to take out little screws because my new 3DS, the SD card is for some reason hidden behind the back plate. So I had to sit there and unscrew it and then do all the modding and then screw the back plate back on. And it's just regular screws, just little tiny Phillips. So it's nothing like crazy. Right? It's very straightforward, but that was the most annoying part for me, was that I had to sit here and unscrew the back, and I didn't really like doing that because I'm not really a a modder kind of guy. Like that made me a little nervous, you know what I mean? But in the end, it was fine. Sun chips. Purple bag is barbecue, isn't it? No, purple bag is spicy sweet chili or something. It's like sweet chili, spicy sweet chili or something. It's thebomb.com. Anything on your Switch 1 is compatible with the Switch 2. Everything. Except for Nintendo Labo nonsense. And Ring Fit. No Ring Fit, no Nintendo Labo. Every other accessory is pretty much compatible. Now, I'm sure somebody could correct me and be like, actually, not this one specific accessory, but just hear me out. Pretty much every single accessory that was on the Switch 1 is accessible on the Switch 2. Joy-Cons, controllers, everything. It's all accessible. The Stardew Valley concerts are coming to my town. I'm going to try to go. Yeah, they apparently announced more dates for the Stardew Valley concert. And people are able to get tickets again, which is pretty cool, actually. I still have tickets for October, personally. I thought about trying to get a second pair of tickets so I could go twice. I thought about that. Like, why not, right? That's a second chance to meet Eric Barone. Yeah, feeling real good, Delore. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got a lot done. So, what did I accomplish on my days off? All right, so first we'll start off with the bedroom. So, like, honestly, I haven't really given y'all an update about the house in general. So, bedroom is pretty much done besides for wall decorations and maybe some sort of, like, entertainment stand so I could have, like, a TV in there. But as I've told y'all before, I kind of like having my room be tech-free. So I really just have like a space against the wall that I could maybe use somehow. But everything else is like pretty well put together in there. And then I need a bed frame and I'm going to get a new mattress, but that's like future stuff. Once my bank fills back up again. My bank account. Kitchen. I got a coffee pot that I can have automatically turn on in the morning. That was an extra of my partner's, which was pretty cool. I have curtains for the kitchen, but I haven't put them up yet. I'm gonna do that today. Otherwise, the kitchen's like coming together like pretty strongly. I put up some art in the kitchen, and I'm gonna be putting up Mona Lisa cage here soon as well. And then the only problem with the kitchen right now is I still haven't wrapped my head around scuffed eats, and that's gonna change a lot. Now, I did just get a table that I might be able to use for scuffed. And that's good. That's a good start. But I might need a different table because I need one that's taller. So I'm wrapping my head around scuffed eats. So the kitchen is like in a good place for living, but not quite really wrapped my head around scuffed eats. The stream room, there's a picture in the Discord, and the humble beginnings of our stream room is looking pretty good. I'm sure stuff will change and we'll add stuff to the stream room over time. Like, this isn't its final form, but I'll tell you, it's one heck of a starting form. One heck, dude. It looks real good. And you'll find that picture in the Discord. I'll pull it up on stream here shortly. Then, the dining room, now that we have the new carpet, and the new carpet is so nice. Like, it's night and day. I'm so happy that I put my foot down and asked for the new carpet, because it's so nice to not have that old carpet, dude. And I got a new rug for the dining room. I built my dining room table that the throne supporters donated to. And we're now beginning the process of like kind of decorating the dining room. But I got 2 stools for the table. I didn't get chairs. I got some nice, pretty affordable stools to put for the table. So now I can start sitting at the dining room table and like enjoy that space. Then the living room, after the carpet came, I was able to put a rug down, the rug that was from the throne, so it looks real nice. I started putting art up in the living room and things are coming together in there. So it's like a little nerdy. I have some really nice Skyward Sword posters and then some art I picked up at a place called At Home to bring some color to the room. It's like a really nice kind of like abstract kind of like painting with like a lot of like color. And again, I'll be taking pictures and stuff for y'all over the next couple weeks. So if you're a visual kind of person, you'll just have to wait for those. Otherwise, the bathroom's been pretty well together the whole time. I would like to get some sort of towel holder, but for now I have a pretty practical solution to the towel situation in there. So the bathroom's like pretty good. I got a new rug for the bathroom and a little thing, you know, like a shelf for the shower, so I could put my stuff like in a shelf like in the shower, and that's like always a cool vibe. And then I got a little bit of patio furniture, some nice chairs for the front porch, and there was already a table here that I'm just going to use. So now I can go sit on my front porch, because I haven't really been able to enjoy my front porch since I moved in, because I didn't have a way to sit out there. So I'd go out there and stand and enjoy my coffee, but now I can go out there and sit, which is really nice. And that's like pretty much it. So that's like a little update on everything that I've accomplished the past couple days. I made it sound like a little bit, I think, but like it was kind of a lot of it. Like building the tables and, you know, setting everything up. Like we did a lot of work. I made it sound like saying it out loud, I feel like made it sound like we didn't do a lot. Like we did a lot of work. Like, oh yeah, I forgot to say, I put up a bunch of curtains. Like I got curtains finally for my dining room and curtains for my living room. And that's like such a vibe, dude. Finally, I'm not just using blinds, like window covers for those that in other countries. I just had like what we call blinds here, but now I have like curtains as well. So I could close those, or, you know, they're a little bit more stylistic, I guess you could say. So now I just need to commit to like some actual furniture. Mostly a couch. I need a couch for the living room. I need some sort of table for my bedroom and some sort of table for the kitchen for scuffed eats. And we're done buying furniture for now. Those are the 3 things left to really get. I need curtains. I need curtains for the bedroom. And I have 2 little small windows in my living room that I could use curtains for as well. But I do have the rods already. So I don't have a ton to like, I could like really just start relaxing and not really think about like buying stuff here soon. Like I'm just gonna focus on getting the couch and the table for scuffed eats right now. Like that seems like the logical move to focus on. Freaking squid painting. How many of these squid paintings do I need? And yeah, I guess that's like a nice little update. I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting, but we built a whole shelf for the stream room. I'm gonna pull up a picture for y'all in just a second. Can I put this in the basement? No, I didn't think so. All right, nice. Yo, Mods the Bun, thank you for 5 months. And yes, I did move. Thank you for your patience while I was yapping. What's up, Min's Meadow? We moved about a month and a half ago now. So I officially moved in the last weekend of March. So I've been here for a full month now as we go into May. How about that? A full month as we go into May here. And if you guys didn't know, we are officially just about 30, 31, 32 days away from the Switch 2. Go Switch 2! I'm pretty excited about it. Yo, what's up, Strawberry Grass? Yeah, we had a couple of days unscheduled that I took off, and then a couple of days that were scheduled that I took off. So yeah, unexpected 2 days. We lost basically 3 days because the stream I did on Tuesday was like a half stream with no camera. So we kind of lost 5 days this week, but 2 of them were scheduled off. So how does the stream room look on cam? Is it the bomb? Yeah, the stream room looks pretty much the same as it does in this picture I'm about to pull up. The only difference is you're not seeing the angle. So this is not the angle that you would see on camera. So like, for example, the lights in this picture, you don't actually see the LEDs. So you don't actually see the LEDs because this camera is pointing directly at the shelf. So you just see all the nice ambient light. That's like basically the only thing you have to wrap your head around. And also we've added a couple lights and stuff to the shelf since we took this picture. So like there's like a couple adjustments and stuff. But yeah, we'll do an official reveal once I'm ready, but I didn't feel like dealing with it today. I just wanted to get back into my green screen and just stream since I haven't been here for a week. Yeah. So this is the stream room behind the green screen. This is what's going on in there. So we got our game on light set up. Ryan Perp. We got our crochet tangy. I believe this might have been Alith who sent this to us. I can't believe I forgot who crocheted this for me. It's gorgeous. I love this little tanky. I got gifted a Nintendo 64 Ocarina of Time cartridge like rug that I decided to hang up on the wall because it's so badass. You couldn't have sent that to me? What? Okay, I wish, I really feel bad that I forget who made this for me because I love this tangy. I used to remember who made this for me. I'm usually pretty good about remembering gifts. I really do feel bad about that. I don't remember who made this tangy for me. It's gorgeous though. Yeah, this thing right here is super exclusive. Yeah, cross stitch. That's what I meant, right? Yeah, super cool. This is super, super cool, man. I'm like obsessed with this thing. I'm like obsessed with this rug, man. It's so cool, dude. Edminty Mont sent me this cool disc plate of No Man's Sky over here on this side. This was what the chat bought with my credit card. The Legend of Zelda thing here. This is an official advertisement from Japan for Tears of the Kingdom that you would see like hanging in a shop at like a store to sell you the game. So I don't know what any of these Japanese characters are. They could say, look at this idiot who bought this thing from Japan who doesn't know what this says, but like, I wouldn't know. And then we filled up the shelves with like a bunch of cool stuff that the community has gifted me over the years. Like if you can see right here, here's the Shrek toothpaste dispenser. Here's my Funko Pop that Minty made me. Here's the Rob Boss, the villain cat that Didius dedicated to me. This is Mrs. Shroob sent me this really cool Sonic like little display, and I put that up on top. That's the plunger from the throne. There's my Nintendo 64 controller for the Switch that I kept the box because it's like a nice display box, and I decided to display it. And if I get the GameCube one, I'm probably going to do the same thing because the GameCube one is sick too. Now, the only problem is like if I want to use the controller, I have to go into the shelf, but like whatever, it's worth it. I decided to put my consoles in here as well, just like for storage, but also because it looks cool and like all my games on the bottom. And then this is a, it's not, is it called Pearl Art or something like that? Of Majora's Mask, where you have those little beads and you like melt them together. Perler, yeah, somebody made me a Majora's Mask. It's beautiful. How about buying a broken controller or a shell on eBay, cleaning it and putting it in the display box? Yeah, that would be cool, yeah. Just so I could have access to my controller, right? The Lawson's flyer just says Legend of Zelda Standard Edition and that you can reserve one now. Cool. So yeah, some cool stuff. Displaying all of the cool stuff that I've wanted to display over the years that like I tried doing this at the old house and I didn't really commit to it. I didn't really like how it turned out. So like this is like a really cool, and I'm kind of calling this like a start because I have plans. I would like to add more lights to the room, I think. I wouldn't mind having maybe like another small shelf or something behind, like right under Solid Snake here. Maybe I would like to maybe run lights across the ceiling, in the corner of the ceiling maybe. So I definitely have some plans to evolve this space. And again, we actually added lights to the shelf itself. We actually have, like right now I have lights ran in between the consoles and it looks so good. You guys aren't seeing that here. And then I'm going to probably do the same thing for like most of the shelves, and I'm going to run lights in there. So like it really like pops. And that's going to be like real nice. But yeah. Maybe a shelf for your Deku tree. You know, we planned to put the Deku tree in here and we forgot. Now that you mention it, we forgot. I was going to put the Deku tree on top of the shelf. And now that you mention it, we completely forgot. And you know what it is? Is because I have to remake it. Because a part of the tree fell apart in the move. So I have to like rebuild it. But I think when I rebuild the tree, I might actually put the Deku tree up top. And we'll take the Sonic thing and move it maybe. So yeah. The Deku tree is probably coming in here. I also have an idea for the Deku tree in my house because, so in my dining room, I have 2 curio cabinets. And I'm thinking about dedicating one to all my Lego sets. And that's something I'm thinking about doing. So I might not bring it in here. I might put it inside of my dining room and have a whole like Lego shelf dedicated. At that point, I just have to take a picture for y'all. But yeah. So I have a couple ideas for the Legos. Speaking of Legos, did y'all hear about more Animal Crossing Legos getting announced? Dude, they're trying to break our bank. They're trying to break our wallets, man. They're trying to break our wallets, dude. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull them up. I'm pulling up the pictures. They're trying to break our freaking wallets, dude. Hold on a second. Okay, I have to go to the tweet because it's not on the Lego website yet. Dang, it's not here either. Hold on. Let me find a link. Lego Animal Crossing announced. Here it is. Found it. Sick. Take a look at this. They got a museum. And they got, I can't zoom it in because it's freaking Reddit and Reddit sucks. Reddit absolutely sucks. Let me just save the image and just look at it that way. Hold on. Take a look at this. This is the first set they announced. And we get a Blathers. We get a Blathers, dude. It's the museum with the fountain, a fossil, and Lily the frog, oranges, a spider. Take a look at this, dude. It's insane. And then there's more. Look at this. Fang, 2 houses, autumn leaves, pears, stitches, and fuchsia. And they come with different settings depending on the season. So there's a winter, a fall, a spring, and a summer little display depending on the season. It's called Creative Houses, Seasons of Fun. 814 pieces. This one's 543. And last but not least, one for those who can't spend a lot, which is really cool that they're doing this for Animal Crossing. A little Goldie, a little unupgraded house. Cute. And this one's only 140 pieces, so this would be like smaller. This would be like the most affordable one. They've been good about that with Animal Crossing. They always make like an affordable one. Like unlike Zelda, whereas like Zelda didn't make anything affordable. They literally just put out a $300 set and were just like, deal with it. A lot of people were pretty upset about it because like they didn't give people a chance to buy like a $10, $15, $20 one, which sucks, right? People are really hoping that they do that in the future, but at least Animal Crossing's making a point to release every time they do a wave, they give a small little set that's maybe affordable for your average person. So it's actually really, really nice that they've been doing that. Yeah, it's like $10, $15, right? Like whereas like the Zelda ones got like people got screwed because not everyone can afford $300 on Legos, you know? Yeah, Def Chocobo, feeling better for sure. Yo, what's up, Rock Boys? Yeah, what's up, Decade Drifter? Yeah, we're feeling better for sure. I just had some stuff I had to deal with. A lot of lost sleep. And but we're feeling good. We're feeling good. And then Friday and Saturday, I not only was recovering, but I had scheduled time off to spend with my guest that was coming into town. And I decided to just commit to it. Like, even though they would have been fine if I like did a little stream or something, I just was still like exhausted. Like I'm still kind of exhausted, but like that's okay. Like it's not a big deal. So we just vibed and we did our thing and it was fun. It's fun. It was like rainy and icky all weekend. I don't know about anybody else out here in the Ohio universe, but it was rainy and icky all weekend. So spent a good amount of time out of the house, but mostly just like shopping and buying stuff for my apartment. And then I spent the rest of the time kind of inside, just like working on stuff. Turn this down a little bit. All right, we got to get some more squids. Day 2 of the Squid Fest. May the 4th be with you. What's up, gamer lady? Yo, what's up, Parappa? Good to see you here today. Thanks for sticking with me. Yeah. Some of the little Animal Crossing sets are perfect for affordability and for like kids. Whereas like that Zelda set was 100% for like adults. Because, or like for families. Like it wasn't like buy this Lego set for your kid for Christmas. Like no way, dude. You know, maybe some people, but like $300 on Legos is a lot. That's a commitment right there. That is a commitment, dude. Fish that up. Grab all my roe for the day. We're getting close to a chance at the legendary fish quest. So that's good. What's up, Taco? All right. Let's go fishing. What do we have to do? This is your B-Day and your Christmas present. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, 100%. That's how my family would have been. I'm fine. I have 4 sets of Animal Crossing Lego. Nice. What do I have? I have 2. 2 Animal Crossing sets. I got to rebuild some of them and put them up in some shelves, but we're doing all right. We're doing all right with our Lego sets. I'm definitely picking up that Blathers Museum, I think. I like the Creative Houses one, but I think the Blathers one is a must pick up. Like, I think it's a must. Like, I can't go without my boy Blathies. I can't go without that fossil. Like, I don't know, man. I think that's the must pick up for me here. It'll be like 50, 70 bucks. I think the Creative Houses will be close to 100. And the Goldie one will maybe be like 20. Praying for Hyrule Castle someday. I mean, Hyrule Castle would be sick. Yeah, I heard Pokemon Legos are coming in the future. They're going to kill me with these Pokemon Legos, depending on what they do. Because, like, if I think they already announced a Pokemon Lego, didn't they? No, Mario Kart. And like Mario Kart was cool. It was like a showpiece. It was like a picture. It was like a Mario Kart. They did like that big Mario Kart. It was like a showpiece on like a stand, essentially. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I would want from Pokemon Legos. I think I would want Pokemon Legos. I would want minifigures, I think. But like, I don't know. Like, how would they do the Pokemon? Because you can't really do minifigures. Think about how, like, yeah, it was announced for next year, right? Like you don't want a minifigure of Pikachu. That's going to be weird. Pikachu doesn't have human arms and human legs. So I can't wrap my head around how they're going to do Pokemon Lego. Part of me thinks they're going to do showpieces where it's just like a big Pikachu head or a big Squirtle head. And it's just made to be like a showpiece, like not necessarily like a traditional like play set. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know what to expect and like how they're going to approach the like, little Squirtles and stuff. Yeah, like statues, right? Like, I don't think they're going to be able to do like traditional minifigures. I don't think so. Now, they could do a minifigure of like Ash Ketchum and like Professor Oak and like Ash's mom or like Gary. Like, it would be kind of cool to have anime Ash and anime Gary minifigures. Like that would be really sick actually, dude, with like a little Pokeball in their hand, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like even Professor Oak would get me pretty excited. Like that would be pretty sick. Yo, what's up, Constantine? Yeah, we had like 4 or 5 days off, some of it unscheduled, some of it scheduled. I apologize to those tuning in. I don't like taking surprise time off, especially when people expect me. The last thing I want to do is let down people in my community, so I do apologize about the turbulence. I'll be doing my best to make up for it this week. And we'll try to be here throughout the whole week. We'll see what we can do. Maybe just take a day off. I would actually love themed gyms from Gen 1. Yeah, that would be sick. Like Brock, Misty, that weirdo that trained his Sandshrew in a macho brace. I mean, he wasn't a gym, but... Dang, I forgot to grab my cork bobbers again. I would think for Pokemon they would do mini rando builds, but statues would be the way to go. Right, yeah, Captain. I agree with that, dude. I agree with that. Captain Crappin. I love your name, by the way. I didn't comment on it. But that's pretty funny. Thanks, everyone loves it. Yo, what's up, Booty Jeeks? I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll see what we can make happen this week. I'm definitely going to need a couple days of rest here because I kicked my butt. Just a lot of activity these past 2 days. I feel like I worked like 8-hour shifts because I was just like on my feet all day, bending and nailing and cutting cardboard, and so I'll definitely be spending the next 2-3 days just streaming and then doing nothing. And then like I'll figure it out. Bum, 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 bum. Still recovering from last Sunday. I hate getting old. Yeah, dude. I was telling my partner that I'm gonna be paying for all of this housework the next 2-3 days. I'm like, you know, they're thin, and like I feel like people who are thin their whole life just have no clue what it's like to have extra weight on. And I've noticed it always gets like really downplayed. And like I kind of wish it wasn't like that, but that's a conversation for another day. So like people don't realize, like when you have extra weight on you, dude, like 4 hours of standing is the equivalent of 12. Just like wrap your head around that. Like 8 hours of standing, it might as well have been 16. Like my feet are obliterated. My back hurts. Like, like it's a very different universe. And I feel like there's like a weird stigma about talking about it. And it's like, nah, man, people should know and people should understand that, like, dude, it's not a walk in the park to go walk in the park. It's just not, dude. Like, it's not, especially when you're 36 years old. It's like, it's very physically demanding, dude. Like, I'm gonna need to recover for like 3 days. I totally get it, man. I used to weigh 310, but I'm down to a natural 200 now. Dude, congratulations, man. What was your favorite part about your challenge? I think my favorite part about the fishing challenge is the fact that I was able to make pretty equivalent money to doing farming, which for me, I didn't really think that was going to be possible in Stardew. I kind of knew that, like, I kind of knew anything was possible in Stardew Valley because I've been playing this game for so long. But I think the coolest part of this challenge was being, let's say, awoken to the idea that if you get creative enough, you can make crop money anyway in this game. You just have to get creative enough. And this fishing farm proved to me that you can get crop money by fishing. And it's insane. The fish ponds are insane. Like, that's my favorite part of this playthrough, has been like seeing how like absolutely diverse Stardew Valley can be, and that it truly is a game to where no matter how you play it, you can play this game no matter how you want. Like, no matter how you play it, you can succeed, and you can approach this game any way you want. And that's like the coolest thing to like see in real time by doing this challenge. I think it's super cool. All right, I think you only need to catch 8 to finish the contest, right? Yeah, for sure, Disney Dreamer. I took off 87 pounds in the last year, and the difference I noticed in walking around Target and getting up the stairs and even doing basic walking into work is crazy. Yeah. Like I said, it's not like I expect people. I'm not looking for like validation or anything. It's just something I've noticed throughout my whole life. You know, as being a big guy my whole life, I've noticed throughout my whole life that thin people downplay the stress that extra weight puts on your body. They downplay it big time. And like, maybe that's just because they don't understand, which is like totally cool. Or maybe it's because they're kind of ignorant, which is like, I guess the same. I just said the same thing in different ways. But yeah, like I think ignorance to that and like understanding around weight is like tough, you know? Like the amount of times in your life you hear like, well, just go exercise, idiot. It's like, yeah, I exercise and I literally can't move for 3 days. Like, you have to understand like how brutal that is. Like, it's not just like, oh, go walk. It's like, yeah, I go walk and my feet hurt for 3 days. It's like, it sucks, dude, you know, but it's like the reality. And like, it would just be cool if more people would like kind of acknowledge that and realize like, yeah, it's not necessarily as easy as you're making it sound. Like, it's not as straightforward. It's not as black and white. You know what I mean? Ooh, nice. We got another squid hat. Ooh. I go through shoes so fast. Yeah, it's like insane. Yeah. That's a funny one. I had to get an inhaler to even go on my nightly walks. Chew my body fights me when. Yeah. Like, so it's just a funny thing I've noticed. And like I said, I think the only reason I even noticed in that sense is because I've been like a bigger guy my whole life. So like, I've seen it from when I was a kid. I've seen it in my teens and my 20s. So I've seen different tiers of how people look at you and like how they interpret your situation. And it's like, it's one of those things where like, I don't even know if you can understand unless you've dealt with it. Unless you just have like bounds of empathy and you can truly put yourself in someone else's shoes. But not everyone has the ability to put themselves in other people's shoes, right? Like not everyone can really wrap their head around it. And it's like, yeah, you got to realize like it's a bit of a thing, right? Okay, that goes in here. Guess the trap bobber can go in here. We could take these cork bobbers out. I don't know what to do with this squid head. I kind of want to put it on the cat. I kind of want to have squid head on the cat and the dog. Oh wait, we don't have a cat yet. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Where's Tangy at? She got to be out here somewhere, right? Dude, Tangy's just gone. She's just lounging somewhere. Assuredly. All right, let me go put this fish inside. No. Raccoon hat goes back on the horse. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Do. Okay, smoked fish are doing well. Dang, I wish I could find Tangy. I want to put this hat on her. I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow morning. Freaking Tangy, where are you at? All right, let's go get some hardwood from the forest. Excuse me, turtle. Can't put hats on turtles, unfortunately. I feel the same way towards headaches and migraines. My BF never gets them and can just be like, take painkillers and you'll be fine. He's never been in so much pain that you're in bed begging to fall asleep. That's true. I've only ever had 1 or 2 bad headaches in my life, and I still to this day, I think I'll never understand what a migraine feels like. Yeah, I think that's a really good parallel. Actually, Daft Chocobo, that's like a really good parallel. Like, that's one of those things that people just downplay and they don't realize like how debilitating it is to have your head pounding. Like, oh my gosh. And I think I've only ever had a severe headache. I don't think I've ever had an actual migraine. Like, I couldn't even begin to imagine, dude. Yeah, that's a really good parallel, actually. Mentalization, maybe, I'm not sure. I'd have to hear it in context. Once I sit down, it all seizes up. Even at my age, I work circles around most of my coworkers. The stigma of being overweight most of my life made me have to prove that I'm not lazy. Yeah, same, dude. That's funny. Yeah, there is like a level of I have to prove myself for sure. I've always been an active big guy. That's one of the things that I've benefited from. Like I'm sure I would have more health issues if I wasn't always like a super active big guy throughout my whole life. I was never afraid to be out there with the best of them. Like I very much so. Yeah, your boy definitely knows how to hustle. That'd be a good way to word it. I definitely know my way around some hustling. All right, put these fish away. I think the fish smokers are crazy. Like, you would think that the fish smokers would be an all-day thing. Wouldn't you? Like, I wonder what the decision behind making the dehydrator take all day but the fish smokers not was. Because fish smokers make a good amount of money. So I can't help but wonder, like, why are fish smokers only an hour cook time? That's like interesting, right? Like, I feel like they're pretty OP. Like, I think it would be understandable if it took a whole in-game day for your fish to be done smoking. Boom, ba-da-dum, boom, 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 boom. All right, let's go check our tree farm. I don't think we replanted, but we actually might want to. If we keep going with this save file, we might want to replant because we're getting low on wood, but we're good right now. We have pretty good reserves. We can always just buy wood. At this point in the game, we'll just buy it, dude. We'll just actually buy it. That's cool. That's gotta feel good, Disney Dreamer. That's gotta build confidence for sure. Ability to understand or interpret one's own and others' mental states, such as thoughts, feelings. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. I never heard the term, but I understood the concept. Maybe since they use coal too. Yeah, because like we have enough hardwood that we could probably cook hardwood. Like we have enough hardwood to keep us going, I think. Oh, you're saying because they use coal, they don't cost you a whole day. That actually is that justifies everything. Yeah. Because at that point, they're saying you can use as much as you want, but you have to pay a coal every time. Whereas like the hydrators cost coal as well, right? Maybe not. I don't remember. But the hydrators take 5 of each crop. I'm talking about the dehydrator. I'm not saying the right thing. I think it has to do with how we fish and fruits for money. We use fish to get money from one day to another, and fruits are more of a one season to another. So if the smoker took a day to smoke, then it would take away the money for the next day kind of idea. Oh yeah. And the dehydrator does not take coal, right? So I think between what Triber said and Meal Machine said, I think you guys are on the money. I think it's a full understanding situation where, like, it's a full there's multiple angles. I think the day-to-day fishing money thing is it would disturb the flow. It would disrupt the flow. You're right, because fishing is used as an early game tool to get money fast. I agree with that. So like a lot of times when you fish, you want to go home and you want to sell those fish before you go to bed. I actually agree with it. I think that's a really cool insight on like how this game's flow functions. Because if you really think about it, like this game has a specific flow to it and like it's really well curated. Like actually in that interview with Eric Barone, he talks about that flow a little bit and like some of the things he did in the game. And like one of the things he mentions in this interview is that what was, dang it, it escaped me. It was just in my brain and it escaped me. He talks about something that he would have thought of changing because he felt like it didn't make sense. Oh, he talks about the whole flow of the game. He goes with fishing and he goes, fishing is harder early and it gets easier later. And he always felt like he maybe dropped the ball there because he realizes that maybe fishing should have been easier earlier and harder later. And he knows that fans, so this is an interview that just came out. And he mentions that he knows fans hate the fishing, but he said he loves it himself. and he added the training rod to help with that flow. But he believes if there's anything that maybe doesn't feel as good in the game, he actually criticized fishing because he feels like it's like one of those things that it's actually the reverse flow. It's hard at first and easier later instead of being easier at first and hard later. And the only exception is like legendary fish. But the funny part about that, just to share my opinion now, is I disagree. I think Eric did a really good job with fishing because I think fishing is one of the most rewarding systems in the game. It starts off kind of difficult and you really have to work at it or use that training rod. And the reward is that as you progress through fishing, not only do you get better rods, you also get a bigger bar because your level increases. I firmly believe that the flow of fishing actually fits this game really, really well. And I think that if fishing started easy and got harder later, people would just fish early and stop fishing later. And that's not what you want. Does that make sense? Like, I think that if it was easier early, people would fish, they would level up, and then they would just stop fishing because they wouldn't need to, because at that point you have money from other sources. So like, it wouldn't make sense in this kind of game for fishing to be easy early. I don't think so. I think it doesn't make sense.
And happy Sunday, Hylian and chat. The last few days haven't felt that same and glad you're back. Hope you had a good time off and glad you're feeling better. HD love HD ship HD wiggle HD bounce HD boogie HD love HD wiggle HD wiggle HD.
I already fed my horse. Okay. Yo, thank you Blood Raven for the tier 2 34. And I appreciate you, dude. Thank you, man. It definitely was a strange couple days. I went from planning on streaming the whole week except for Friday and Saturday, and I had all these ideas for stuff I wanted to do, to just running into some unforeseen issues that kind of stopped me from doing what I wanted to do.
Good morning, fam. Seriously, has it been 6 years and 2 months already? Holy bananas, gorilla, and holy heck.
Holy bananas, gorilla, and holy heck, the double. The double. Yo, appreciate you, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you, Pokemon fan, for coming in. Thank you for all the check-ins, by the way. The check-in squad is coming in strong today. Good morning. Thanks for hanging out today. And if you're hanging out over on YouTube, thank you for vibing. And make sure you hit that like button. It goes a long way for supporting the content and helps me get in front of more people. So thank you for considering that. But of course, no worries either way. That beginning struggle, you have no idea what you're doing, so everything is hard and tiring. As you grow as a farmer, everything becomes easier. Right, I think fishing's in a good place in this game. But isn't it fascinating to hear like what Eric thinks about his own systems? The developer of this game, like, it's cool, man. It's cool to hear what he thinks. And I completely understand that after all the fan feedback, he did feel like maybe the fishing was like the one thing he messed up. But he still, at the end of the conversation, he still made it clear that he likes where fishing is. But he just said, you know, maybe I could have changed that system up. Maybe it could have been easier. Maybe, like, he uses that. He says that a lot. But like, never does he once say that he wants to change it. He just says like, maybe it could have been more intuitive for a casual player, basically. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool how he's so grounded in the game. Like, he understands the fans. He listens to feedback. And even though he doesn't plan on changing fishing, he acknowledges that the flow for fishing is different than the rest of the game in like a lot of ways. Maybe not the rest of the game, but it's just one of the systems that are like a little different, right? Like, because it's just like a difficult system in general. Whereas like mining is not difficult even when it's early game. Farming isn't difficult even when it's early game. It's just you run out of energy, you don't have good food, and that's all different problems. But fishing is inherently just hard early on, period, right? And like, that's a pretty big difference. I didn't know it gets easier later because it's so difficult to start that I stopped fishing. Right, exactly, Geeky Ray. And that's what Eric was kind of commenting on. He was like, yeah, he was like, I see that, like, maybe I could have did a better job making it accessible. That's pretty much like what he says, is like, maybe I could have like made things a little bit more accessible for fishing, but either way, I'm comfortable with the way that it is. And he feels that adding the training rod made a big difference, and he's just letting it be what it is. But he acknowledges that our Odyssey and like Geeky Ray, like he acknowledges that like the fishing is the one thing in the game that isn't really that accessible. And he was like, yeah, maybe I could have worked better on that. But you know, he's happy with with his work, which I think that's what matters. You can't make everyone happy. And that's the one thing you have to remember. Not every game can be fully accessible, and not every player can be happy. And I know that's a really heavy point of contention, the accessibility comment. I think there are some people out there that firmly believe that every game could be and should be accessible to all gamers, but I don't firmly believe that. And I don't have anything against accessibility, but I think it's a little silly to expect every single game to offer all the same accessibility options, or to change the flow of the game for one type of gamer versus another. I think that if gaming started becoming that way, everything would become homogenized and would get watered down. When I think what we want as gamers is for developers to follow their hearts and to ensure that they're putting out a product that they believe in and that they would want to play themselves. And sometimes that means that some things are not going to be as accessible as other things, and you're going to have to maybe navigate that or just not play that game, because not every game is for every gamer, right? And I think that we're at this point where I can't express enough how important standardized accessibility is. So what would be like a standardized accessible thing? Colorblind options, larger text options, sound settings so you could adjust the sound for your hearing. Maybe you have bad hearing and you need to hear the characters more over the music. These are the types of things. I think there are a certain subset of accessibility options that could very well be in every game. But I think once you start bending over specifically for accessibility, you really start to change the foundation of the game itself. And that's not healthy for gaming as a whole, especially because I firmly believe that gaming is an art form. I've always considered gaming to be art. And you don't change art you just don't do that. Like, art is art. And if somebody looks at a painting and they can't tell what it is because of the colors, well, then that's just not a painting for them. I'm sorry. And I think games are the same way. I think at a certain point you have to respect the artistry of gaming, and you can't expect certain things to change for you as an individual. You have to accept that hopefully companies are doing that standard accessibility, but after that, I think you really do have to, kind of accept whatever comes at you, And I think fishing in Stardew Valley is a kind of a good point for this conversation, because fishing is hard and some players just cannot do it, and it makes the game a little bit sour for them. However, JojaMart makes fishing completely irrelevant if you want. The training rod, you can literally play Stardew without fishing and have the same beautiful experience. Sure, you might not be able to do the community center. Maybe you won't be able to fish up those fish. Maybe you won't be able to 100% the game by catching all the fish, but you could totally purchase your percentages, right? Like, I think that Stardew's perfectly curated to just let you do whatever you want. And if you can't fish, then don't. There's other ways to accomplish your goals in this game. And that's pretty cool. You have to admit that. Right? You have to admit, like, there's a lot of different ways to accomplish the stuff that you want to accomplish in this game, which is pretty rad. Controller support for keyboard and mouse games, right? I think controller support for keyboard and mouse games is kind of like a must-have nowadays. I agree with that. I think it's a must-have. I think that if a developer is putting out a game without controller support, I think that's a little bit lazy. Especially with stuff like Steam Decks in existence. I will say that. I think that's a little lazy. Now, do I expect every game to have controller support? Not necessarily, because I just don't really have a ton of expectations. I'm not that kind of gamer. But I agree with that. I think that every game could have controller support to some extent, even if it kind of sucks. Like the controller support, that is. So I think that's a good example of something that could be more standardized across the board. No, stop. Just read that Star Wars Outlaws is confirmed to be a keycard game. That sucks. Of course, Ubisoft wouldn't take the time or money to release a full game. You know, no offense, but that's just not their MO. Because you have to, and I know you know this, Dazza, but just to kind of share for the community, the game key card stuff versus physical cartridge is money from the developer. Like, if you don't know how that works, the developer pays for that. So, like, let me give you an example. This is what I heard, but I don't have the facts. If a developer wants to use a physical card, they have to pay like 30% or something to like Nintendo. Keep in mind, take this with a grain of salt. I don't remember the facts. They're not in front of me. But I believe there's a huge tax on using physical cartridges on the Switch 2. So that's why most developers are going to lean into the game key situation or codes in a box. Because it's a huge expense for the game developer, not Nintendo, the publisher, or whatever. It's a huge expense for the company to develop the game, essentially, or the company who owns the game to put it on the Switch. So, like, most companies aren't going to want to pay that money. It's only the companies that truly care about their product, about game preservation, about the consumers, that's us. They're the ones that are really going to put the leg forward and make sure our games are intact. Cyberpunk 2077, full game on cartridge. Full game on cartridge. CD Projekt Red locking it in. Yep, full game. They bought that. They have the highest level cartridge you can get. And the whole game of Cyberpunk 2077 is on the cartridge. That's why I'm playing the game. That's why I'm buying it, Daz. That's actually the main thing that led me to saying I'm going to go ahead and commit to Cyberpunk for the Switch. I know I could play it on PC, whatever. I'm going to get the Switch version because I can tell they care. And I love that. I love that. There's a 40 FPS mode. And there's a 60 FPS mode, I believe. I think 40 is like the highest. I don't know. I can't remember. I think there's a 60 and a 40 and a 30. It might just be a 40 and a 30. But they put their whole heart into making sure that game functioned well on the Switch, and I'm here for it. I'm buying that game. Just wanted to say hi. I don't have time to watch streams as much as I would like because I started a new job. Well, congratulations on the job, dude. The job kind of sucks. Oh, that sucks. But it's better than nothing. True. Good attitude. Yeah, hopefully it feels better soon. Dude, I hope things work out for you, Onion. You have a good attitude, man. You have a good attitude. It's kind of both. There's nothing on the cartridge except the key to play the game, which is a digital version. Essentially, it's a digital download in a box, but you can trade them in because it's a product key is linked to the cartridge and not a Nintendo account. Yeah, right. So just kind of to extrapolate on what Dazabound is saying in the chat, The game key system is one step up from a code in a box. So the code in the box is one use. The game key is not one use. You are essentially buying a license to play the game, and you can resell or lend out that license. So if I were to buy Game Key Star Wars Outlaws, I could loan it to you. You could load it up into your Switch. You could play it. The difference is you have to download the game. So game preservation goes out the window. You have to be connected to the internet to download the game, which is not a new concept. The majority, I feel, of gaming nowadays requires a download because of day one patches and because of games not fitting on cartridges. The biggest example of this is Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 1, 90% of it is a download and 10% of it is on the cartridge. So even when you're buying cartridges, you need to realize that a lot of the times you're not buying the game. You don't own the game on a cartridge. Are you kidding? You own a cartridge with 10% of a game that you need to plug into your Switch, go on the internet, and download the rest of the game anyways. Preservation out the window. So it's like a lot of people got up in arms about the game key stuff, but the game key stuff is actually better than anything that's happening in the industry right now. Somehow Nintendo's getting flack for this. Somehow Nintendo is getting attacked for this when they're doing something that is actually beneficial to the industry of digital gaming. It's like, what do you mean, dude? PlayStation's been doing this, Xbox has been doing this, the Switch One did this, and now finally somebody comes up with the concept that will let me resell my digital games. I can buy a game and sell it again. How is this a bad thing? Yes, it's not ideal. Ideally, we would love every game to be fully physical. I understand that. Fair criticism. We want all games to be physical. Wake up. Knock, knock, knock. It's 2025. That's gone. You're living in the 90s. Physical media is dead. So why not accept a better version of digital media instead of fighting for something that is gone? It's over. What are you fighting? You're fighting an unwinnable battle. You think any of these companies are going to convert back the physical? You're joking, dude. Like, get over it. And I'm not trying to be too harsh. I believe in physical media, and I believe it's the best way to purchase your games. I just think that most people need to get over themselves and accept that, like, physical media is dead. And we ain't going to be able to stop it from dying. Maybe we can like lobby, and maybe we can like get our lawmakers to like put a law in place that requires games to be fully on a cartridge. Then you better get on the phone with your state representative and you better start making that phone call because like that's our only hope. Our only hope right now is that we can get our lawmakers to help support consumers in the gaming space. That is our only hope. Otherwise, we are on a fast track to all digital for the most part, and we are on a fast track to not owning our games the way that we used to. So it's tough, man. It's tough, but it's like, it's so funny because like all this criticism, and I think the game key system is actually pretty rad. I really do. Like, I think it's actually pretty rad. It's not ideal, but it's pretty rad. I bought Stardew in a cartridge, but also digital. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on cartridge, AC and H. Those are the only 4 I have. I have a pretty big physical collection of games, but I have a way bigger digital collection of games. Like, look, I have maybe 20 physical games, maybe 30, maybe 40, maybe. Just take a look at my list here. So it's 6 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 6 times 20, but then minus like a handful because some of these aren't games. Like some of these are like Mario 35. So like my digital collection is like quadruple my physical. It's pretty bad. Like I'm a sucker for digital games as a streamer, and I kind of hate it because as a streamer, it's so much more convenient to be able to play games on day one. Whereas like I would prefer to be buying physical games. But I'm such a sucker, dude. I'm such a sucker. Yo, what's up, Hessian? Good to see you back in here, man. Thanks for popping in, dude. I appreciate you, homie. I hope you've been well. The biggest loss for me in the all digital games is for those of us who save a lot of money to trade used games on eBay and I can't afford all digital. Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's the thing with the Game Keys, Planet Kitties. So imagine a world where you could buy a digital game and then you could resell that digital game later. Now, doesn't that sound like the best consumer-friendly digital universe ever? Imagine being able to resell your digital games. Even though you do still have to go to the store and buy a physical cartridge, you could resell that. I think, like, again, ideally, it would be a fully physical cartridge and everything, but like, hey, I think this is like a decent alternative. Like, oh, dude, I'll sell it. Not quite, because you still need to have the cartridge inserted to play it. Yeah, right. Like, you don't, when I say you sell the game, like, you don't own it anymore. Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that. I'm saying, like, you buy it, you play it, you finish it, and you sell it to go buy another game. So like that world exists now with the Game Keys. You could buy a game and play it and then sell it. And like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, right? Like, it's just a weird conversation because at that point, you know, it's just weird. I think the conversation is confusing because the question that gets asked afterwards is, then why not just go buy a physical game? Well, because not every game is offered physically. That's the part that people are overlooking. This does suck as a replacement for physical games. If a game was going to be physical, but then it's not, and it's turned into a game key, that kind of sucks. But if a game was never going to get a physical release in the first place, game key is really cool. Does that make sense? If a game was never going to get a physical release, game key is super sick and gives you control of your digital media. However, I do admit that if it's a replacement for a physical game, well, that sucks. And that doesn't make sense, and that's buku. That's the difference. That's the conversation we're having. It's about games that weren't going to get a physical in the first place. Games where companies were already like, nah, we're good on making a physical media. Like, we don't need that. Like, let me give you an example. Like, how many indie games have y'all played that don't have a physical release? Like, just an example, right? Palia, Disney Dreamlight Valley, right? What else? Like, what other games like are indie games that don't have a physical cartridge, that and these indie games are never going to get a physical cartridge because it's a small little indie company. Now imagine if you were able to get a game key of Ooblets instead of buying it on your Switch digitally, on your eShop. Instead, you go to the store and you see Ooblets on the wall and you buy it, and it's a game key It's still digital. It's the same thing as a digital purchase, right? But then you play Ooblets and you're done playing it. Now, what happens when you're done playing Ooblets on your Switch? Well, it sits there in your library, and that's the end of the story, right? Like, that's it. Now, it sits in your library. It's done. And I own this game. I can't do anything else with it. I bought it on eShop. It's mine, but it's whatever. That's it. Now, what happens if I were to buy Ooblet's game key? I could go back to the store and sell it and buy a new game. I could loan it to my friend and let them play it. Like, that is huge. That's huge. Like, that is huge, right? Like, that's a big deal, I think. But I digress, you know. Yo, what's up, Tweed? Good to see you today. I just have trouble thinking a cheap publisher will still produce cases and game key cartridges. Well, that's the thing. Nintendo's making it a super cheap option. That's the thing you have to realize, is that it's actually way cheaper than you think. So let's talk about that for a second. Why would a cheap publisher want to buy a game key? Because having your game on the shelf at the store is still relevant in 2025. It might not be in 5 years, but it's still relevant in 2025. People still go into Best Buy and buy games off the shelf, and your game would be on the shelf in front of them. That's marketing. You're paying for marketing. Your game is on the shelf at GameStop. Your game is on the shelf at Target. So while you're paying a very little amount to create this game key, you get your money back in dividends because it's in front of people at the store. It's not in eShop where you pay with your digital currency. So that is my only, I'm not saying that you're wrong or I'm right. I'm just saying that would be the one reason why I think a game key cartridge would be worth the money for some publishers, because we still live in an era where people go into a store and buy things. Maybe in 5 years, this will be not, this will be a moot conversation, right? Like, there's been rumors of Best Buy completely gutting all physical media from their stores. There's been rumors of GameStop doing it as well, but they pulled back on it. So I do think that there is a future in which this conversation is very moot, but today and right now, I think it's still pretty relevant, right? I still walk by the gaming section in Target and Walmart. Yeah, same here, right? Like, I look forward to it, actually. Even though I never buy anything, I always still go look. Yo, what's up, Allie Allen? Good to see you today, dude. Good morning. Good morning, Taco. Good to see you as well. Hessian, enjoy a sub on the house. Appreciate you popping in. I have Stardew physically. Yeah, I do as well. I have Stardew physically twice. One's Japanese, but I've never opened either of them. I just play my digital version. Yo, thanks for popping in today, Unyawn. Art is subjective and so is gaming. What's up, Layla Violet? When you consider a good fun game and someone else thinks it's trash, I love how there's literally a game style for every gamer. I agree with that. I think there is a game style for every gamer. I think gaming's pretty diverse nowadays. Also, the publisher gets paid when it sells. If it's on the shelf at Target or Walmart, the store already paid the publisher. Imagine being 5 years old and being able to go to the store and ask your parents for a game, which you can't do if you don't know the game exists. Right. Yeah. So yeah, I think when you think about it this way, and again, Dark Apple, you bring up a good point though. How many publishers are going to be willing to spend the extra money when we all know that the eShop is fine? I think it just comes down to how much money, like how important it is to marketing to put games in front of people. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. Like, I don't know in 2025 how important it is to make sure your game's in front of people's eyes at a target. If it's still pretty important, I think that the game key system is going to be pretty popular. But I think that if it's pretty, you know, wet nowadays, like if nobody really cares about that kind of marketing, then, well, you know. I'm just a little cynical. I think publishers skip a plastic case and a paper code, but I hope game keys will be available more easy. I can tell you right now that there are a ton of game keys announced. Do you guys want to see real quick? Hold on. Nintendo Switch to game key card list. Listen to this. I will tell you this. Publishers are already going nuts with the game key stuff. One second, let me put on Midnight Lizard so I don't blind you. Take a look at this from Nintendo Life. This was April 28th. All right. Confirmed Switch 2 game key card list. You guys ready? Bravely Default, EA Sports, Hitman World Assassination, No Sleep for Konami Date, Puyo Tetris, Raideo Remastered, Sonic X Shadow Generation, Star Wars Outlaws, Street Fighter 6, Yakuza 0, Elden Ring is Tarnished Edition is rumored, Nuabunga's Ambition, The Dusk Bloods, and then there's some that are confirmed for Japan. And this was a couple of days ago. I thought there was a bigger list somewhere. So this might only be right. We won't be relying on retailer listings alone. This is small at the moment, but we'll endeavor to keep our database up to date. So I'd say like this is a pretty eclectic group of publishers that are committing to the game key card, right? Like, look, EA, Nintendo Silicon Valley, EA, IO Interactive, Sega, Ubisoft, Capcom. Like these are some big name companies, some greedy companies as well. EA, the definition of greed. Ubisoft, the definition of trash. No, just kidding, but still. And these companies have already committing titles to the game key system. I think it might be used more than we realize. Maybe. Now, in hindsight, that list wasn't as big as I thought. So, you know, I don't know. I thought that list was bigger for some reason. I think I remember seeing a different list, but it's also a console that's not out yet. So I don't know. I don't know how many games I'm expecting to be coming out. So I don't think I have physical games anymore. I don't think I have physical games anymore. I got an Xbox a few months back and got the digital only version because I don't have any physical games and it was cheaper and I'm cheap. Yeah, true. Yo, what's up, Sage? Good to see you today, dude. I hope you feel better soon, buddy. And I'm sorry to hear about the relationship stuff. I think a lot of them will commit. Honestly, it's cheaper for them. Yeah, right. Yo, good to see you, Olive Garden, by the way. I hope you're doing well. I guess one of the things I'm looking forward to is the idea that there is a timeline in which, we could see, like, I'm trying to think of an example of like an indie game. Like, I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let me see. Let me look at my Switch list real quick. I just personally like the idea that something along the lines of like even Celeste is a bad example because it probably already has a physical game. Moonstone Island. That I could walk into Target, let's just say in 5 years or 2 years, I could walk into Target and on the wall will be a physical copy of Moonstone Island. You know, those indie games that don't get really popular, but are popular enough and that have their own personal following. That's the kind of games I think are going to benefit from GameKey. You know, I'm not looking for EA to put all their games on GameKey. Who cares? EA is never going to do anything consumer friendly. I'm looking at games like Curse to Golf, games that aren't as popular as Stardew Valley, not as popular as Celeste, but still have a core backing that would love to own a box on their shelf that says the words Moonstone Island. Cave Story, right? Like stuff that like just Garden Story that just like slid under the radar, but that are actually phenomenal games. You know, and I think that's kind of cool that these developers will have an option to like put their game on somebody's shelf. Like that's kind of neat, man. Because right now the only option is like limited run. And limited run's been making some weird mistakes recently. Like I'm not really too into limited run right now. Like they've been doing some weird stuff, dude. I don't know what happened to that company. They made like a bunch of mistakes back to back. Like people found out that there weren't actually cartridges in the boxes of the games they bought. And then the Rugrats in Game Land game had a different wattage, and if you plugged it into your Nintendo, it would actually break your Nintendo. So now if you bought a limited run version of Rugrats in Game Land, physical from limited run, you're not supposed to even plug it into your freaking Nintendo, even though you bought a physical copy of the game to play in your freaking Nintendo. So like I think I'm done trusting limited run. They used to be a really cool company, but like I think I'm done with the limited run. I think that they are starting to lose it. Like when it comes to like their game, like making physical games of digital like only experiences, I think I'm kind of like not really trying to buy from them unless I maybe hear that they clean up their act. You got a print of Zombies Ate My Neighbors for SNES for $10. Dude, I love that game. I would love some art of Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Dude, are you kidding me? That game is my childhood, man. Nice. Give me them Q gems. Ooh, and 3 Iridium bars. What a pickup, dude. Yo, what's up, Feisty? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you, John T. Soul, for the 49-month Prime. John, coming in with the good. How you been, dude? Thank you, man. We all knew this was coming. It's better than a code. Yeah, I'm kind of afraid of the digital era. I know I'm not the only one. It's almost like a doomer conversation, huh? It's almost like a sad conversation, but I'm kind of like, I'm like scared of like the digital all era. I don't like to think about it. It scares me so much. Like straight up. Like I just don't even like to think about it because like I don't like the idea of like where things are going. Like I really don't like it. So I just like put my head in the sand and I'm just like, whatever. Like, whatever, dude. Just leave me alone. I don't want to think about it. Nice. We got a new hat. Nice. Some extra staircases. Oh, nice. Feisty. Let's go, baby. More gaming. Always down for more gaming. My lord. Yeah, Jita-chan, it's brutal, dude. That stuff scares me to think about. Especially because I grew up in a very heavy physical era. So that doesn't help. I feel like if you're like 20 years old right now, maybe like 25, you might not feel the pain of the loss of physical media as much. But I feel like for all the people that are in my age group, like we kind of feel that pain a little bit more because like we grew up with books of CDs, you know what I mean? Like we grew up before streaming services. So the Switch is really, really like jarring. It's like, what do you mean? Like I don't know. Like it's just not, it's not really. No, I mean this has been happening slowly for a long time, so it's not like I'm surprised anymore. But at one point, I was like pretty put back by it. May the 4th be with you. Oh, nice. Twitch put a Chewy emote out. Oh, nice. Yo, that's a W for Twitch. I freaking love that. What a big W, actually. Yeah, that's cute. I love Chewy. Chewbacca has always been a favorite of mine. Cute. Yeah, yo, what's up, Snarkies? Yo, Doctor in the house. Yo, get it in, baby. Get it in, Doctor. Yo, let me see them Chewies in the chat. Yo, good morning, Random. Good to see you here. Welcome in here, Cozy, by the way. I saw Cozy slip into the chat and slip out. Hope you're having a good day today. No, I have not seen that, L. Rob. I've been off the internet for 4 days. Between having a little bit of some stuff I was dealing with, nothing serious, and then just being busy doing stuff around my apartment. Not much interneting here in my world. Nice. More time for gaming is always the best time. We never got the Meow Mare in the save file. We could go do that. Anything else to see today? Yeah, I did not plan to take off all week. My only days that were scheduled off were Friday and Saturdays, so but things got a little mixed up, but I'm happy to be back today. Figured we would do some Stardew just to kind of, let me refresh this page. Figured we'd do some Stardew just to kind of lock into something a little bit familiar and consistent. Yo, shout outs to the YouTube gang. Thank you for hitting that like button. I've been playing a ton of TCG Pocket, and I'm loving the new set. The new set is super diverse, and there's a lot of really fun decks. But there's definitely a couple that seem like busted. Like there's a couple cards right now, man. Like the game, TCG Pocket's in an interesting place. I think it's probably one of the more like strangely balanced card games I've ever played. I think it's very like strangely balanced. It's really cool. I think it's really cool. The only thing that worries me is we're finally starting to see a little bit of a power creep in the form of HP. That'd be my only worry right now, is that like we're finally seeing our first real power creep. And now this happens in like every card game for the most part. And it seems like HP pools are getting a little bit bigger. And the reason that's a problem is it's going to make cards from the first set less and less relevant. Right? Like, for example, Pikachu EX from Genetic Apex already struggled a little bit because it didn't always pump out the damage that it needed to kill stuff. Now it's going to struggle even more because it's like it can't keep up with these increased HP pools that are... Seems like HP is getting a little bit power creepy on us. So we'll have to see what happens, but I don't think it's bad or anything. I'm just calling out what I'm seeing ahead of time. And I'm like, hopefully they keep this to a minimum and they don't creep out too hard. Yeah, hopefully they don't creep out terribly hard. I have, however, not really been doing a ton of battling right now. I'm still collecting cards and building decks. So that's just my observation, but maybe in practice, it's not as bad as I think. You know what I mean by that? Like, in practice, it's probably fine. I think, and observationally, I'm a little worried because I've seen power creep happen in so many card games, but it's probably fine, right? How was your weekend? My weekend was good. Yeah, we took care of a lot of business. I had a good weekend. Gaming Golfer says, dad joke of the day. The other day I donated 4 liters of blood. Never doing that again. They ask you way too many questions. Whose blood is this? How did you get it? Why do you have it? Such a pain in the butt. Very nice, very nice. But all right, nice. That's Monday. Let's go. We're going straight to the queue room. We're going straight to the queue room here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So if we get the quest we want, we might be doing some like day resetting to make sure that we're properly prepared to take advantage of this quest. So I'm gonna really try hard to like make this the best couple days. We didn't get it again. Dang! Is the very first episode of this challenge run still on Twitch? No, that's on YouTube now. Exclamation point YouTube. That it should be on YouTube. It might not be published on YouTube though, but I can get that going for you here if you would like. Give me a couple days and I can get all that stuff published on YouTube. I've been working on it slowly, but my plans last week got disrupted. Unfortunately, I'm very sad about that. I'm very disappointed by that actually, because I just couldn't sit in my computer chair really. I was dealing with some issues and I just couldn't work on anything. Maybe taking one of the quests will trigger the fishing one. Yeah, I've been taking them all. Yeah, I've been doing them all. I think we've done a quest every week. Now, I haven't done every quest. Like for example, I haven't done Q's kindness. I usually just do like danger in the deep because I like going in the mines. So like maybe there's something to taking new quests and doing and finishing them. %, brutal. Here's the fireworks. Blue gas recipe. We'll grab that. I don't really need anything else. Just some more magic bait or some more Q seasoning. I'm just buying a ton of magic bait. And I'm just going to start fishing for legend fish every day. That's actually not a bad idea at all. Like, just fishing with magic bait and then resetting the day if I don't get a legend. And then just rinse, repeat. That's actually not a bad idea at all. I don't think you can. I thought magic bait could get legend fish. Oh, but the quest. If I don't have the quest, it doesn't matter. Because you can normally only get one legendary fish. Yeah, frick. All right, we'll reset our day because the magic bait's useless. Now, I imagine that resetting our day is not going to give me new quests, because usually that stuff's coded like beforehand. It would be cool if we could cheese this though. Indy, NASCAR, and F1 races are happening this afternoon. If you're an auto racing fan, you're in RPM Nirvana. It sounds like you are a fan of racing. We need a Jedi Tangy emote. How do you feel about the Oricorio card? I just ran into the Oricorio card for the first time, and that card's a little bit brutal. If you don't have a way to get past the wall, that's pretty brutal, dude. Yeah, I had that card get put in front of me, and I was like, wait a second, I can't do anything. And I was laughing. I'm like, wait a second. And what I had to do is I had to switch. How I got around it was I used my Magneton to do damage. I built 4 energies on my Magneton, and I attacked for 60 twice, killed it, and then was able to position myself to win the battle. But I was not ready. I started running non-EX. I like the Oricorio. So the reason I like Oricorio is I think that it's really important that the game stays diverse. And I think forcing players to run decks that keep non-EX stuff in mind is really cool. And for me personally, I already build my decks that way. My current Pikachu deck that I'm testing is 2 Magnemites, 2 Magnetons, and 1 Magnezone. And then it's 2 Lieutenant Surges, 2 original Raichus, 1 new Pikachu, 1 old Pikachu, and 2 Dawns. So I have nothing but energy. I can just move energy all around the board. I can blow up with Raichu. And Magnezone comes in as my non-EX that really just smacks. Magnezone is just so good. I believe the deck is called Pika Raya Zone. Let me go check real quick. But I've been adjusting it because Raichu is hard to run, dude. Basing a deck off of old Raichu is kind of hard, man, because it's just tough. It's just tough. I've been trying to build a deck around old Raichu for a long time. I've done multiple renditions of it. Oh, and 1 Pachirisu. 1 Pachirisu, 2 Pikachus with Spark, so I could get bench damage if I need. 2 old school Raichus. And I actually gut the old Pikachu. I realized that old Pikachu wasn't doing me any favors, so I actually just have 2 of the modern in. And I'm running Dawn, Lieutenant Surge. And I'm kind of treating Pachirisu as one of the ways to get energy alongside Magneton. Now, another deck that I built though is called Pika Zone Zap. This deck is actually better. Pika Zone Zap. It's 2 Magnemites, 2 Magnetons, 1 Magnezone, 2 Pachirisu, 2 Zapdos, 1 new Pikachu, 1 old Pikachu, 2 Dawns, a red for extra damage to EX, 2 X speeds, 2 Pokeballs, 2 Professor Oaks. And so far, this deck is really good. Holy Pokemon, yeah, you have to have a lot of Pokemon if you're gonna run Pikachu, old Pikachu. Specifically basics. Because old Pikachu doesn't ever want to be attacking if there's not at least 2 benched Pokemon down. If not 3, right? So like the idea behind this deck is like a ton of basics. So old Pikachu EX is always killing it, right? So yeah, I'm testing. I have more ideas. I'm also looking to build. I'm looking to mess around with Volkner and Luxray or Electivire because Raichu discards energy. So I'm kind of messing around with that, but there's just not enough cards. You know, it's tough. There's only so many cards you can fit in a deck, man. It's like, so I'm messing around. I got some ideas. But I'm going to keep trying to make old school Pikachu work. I like the idea of making old Pika work. So the problem with making old Pikachu work is this. Old Pikachu wants to go out first. Old Pikachu wants to be out in front, swinging for 90 damage on turn 2, ideally. The problem is Pachirisu wants to go out front. Pachirisu wants to be the first one out because you want to give energies to your bench. So I've run into an issue with Pachirisu because Pachirisu means that you want to go non-EX, non-EX, EX. Ideally, you would want to run Pachirisu into another non-EX, and then you want to finish off the game with like a really hard-hitting EX. Alolan Raichu, Pikachu, whatever, Zapdos, whatever. Ideally. So I'm running into an issue with Pachirisu because like old Pikachu really wants to be the first card on the field, ideally. Swinging for 90 for 2 energy. So I'm like, is there another EX that I could pair up with Pikachu to make this all make sense? That's what I'm currently searching. Now, I haven't thought a lot about this, but I'm sitting here wondering, what's an EX that I could pair up with Pikachu that isn't Zapdos? Because that is not only am I bored of that, because I've run Zapdos Pikachu for a long time. Zapdos isn't necessarily the best card. It's good. A potential 200 damage, an average of 100, 3 energies, not bad. But I wonder, like, I wonder if there's another EX we could be splashing. It would have to be an electric because of Pikachu's ability. You know, there's gotta be another EX that we could be splashing. It could just be straight up a Alolan Raichu. And I haven't tested that yet. I'm gonna build that right now. I'm gonna see what that looks like. I didn't have 2 of the new Pikachus earlier. Let me see what that looks like right now. Because I think maybe it is just a Alolan Raichu. Because I think Alolan Raichu is a lot more diverse than Zapdos. What does it do again? Let me see. Um, 60 with the potential to do like 120 on average because of 2 energies on the opponent. A potential of 150. You see, it's more consistent. It's more consistent than Zapdos because Zapdos has an average of 100 damage. But sometimes you can do none. Sometimes you can do 50. Whereas Alolan Raichu is guaranteed to do 60, but most likely is going to do 90. Most likely is going to do 120, right? So as far as EXs, what are my options with EXs to pair with old Pikachu? Well, also on this conversation, you know what I'm thinking about build? So first off, I have to build a Vikavolt deck because of Charge-a-Bug. I have to do it. I'm building a Vikavolt deck, and Vikavolt is sick. During your opponent's next turn, they can't play any items. Dude, that's rude. That's real rude. I like that. But yeah, hold on. What other EXs do we have? We have Alolan Raichu. We have Zapdos. We have Pachirisu. I could go back to Pachirisu. I used to have a rat deck. Do I just go back to the rat again? Honestly, do I just try to make the rat work, but with all the new items? Maybe I go for double rat again. Because I used to run double rat, but like I only did it like a little bit. Double rat, dude. You just go 2 Pachirisus, 2 Pikachus, and you just rat them up. Double rat, dude. Maybe throw 1 Zapdos in. Because Zapdos can be like the difference between losing a game and winning. And there we go. We have 5 basics already. Double rat. Right? 5 basics already. So now, like, here's the thing about this game. You can run Pachirisu, but you just want to avoid Pachirisu dying. Because if you put Pachirisu out front and he dies, then at that point, you only have 1 more Pokemon that can die, like an EX. That's why I'm trying to avoid using Pachirisu, because I don't like the idea of him dying and then I'm stuck with only like 1 Pokemon to fight with at that point. So like is even though Pachirisu is like a really great card, I think I'm going to avoid using it. I think I'm going to try to find something else to maybe, like, I think Dawn is a good answer for just moving energy around. Again, Volkner's a good answer if you use like Luxray. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm actually going to build decks and do some competitive in this set. So look forward to more conversations like this. And if you don't like Pokemon, bear with us. I'll get back to Stardew, I promise. I think I'm going to go ahead and build some decks and do some competitive stuff. I think instead of running Zapdos, why don't we run Alolan Raichu? Right? So 2 Pachirisu, 2 Alolan Raichu, 2 Pikachu. And then 2 regular Pikachu. So how many basics is that? That's 6 basics. So ideally we need like at least 1 more basic Pokemon. You could maybe do like Tapu Koko because they bounce to the bench anyways. Tapu Koko is honestly a really good lead because he just bounces to the bench. He's just so expensive. 3 energy sucks. I put together a Garchomp EX deck that hits the bench stupid hard on turn 2, thanks to Rare Candy. Dude, I haven't even begun to wrap my head around Rare Candy and how stupid it's about to be. Like, Rare Candy changed the whole game. I love TCG Pocket, even if I use the same deck. Yeah, I mean, same here. I have pretty much 3 main decks. And I just update them and rotate them. I have a Vileplume deck, a Blastoise deck, and a Pikachu deck. And then from there, I kind of like, I will experiment. And that's what I plan to do this time is I'm going to experiment. I have a ton of ideas for electric decks involving all sorts of cool stuff. I have a ton of ideas for some hybrid decks, you know, like multicolor. I have a ton of ideas for Blastoise and how to bring him back up with Rare Candy. Yeah, I'm cooking. Yeah, Wishy-Washy looks stupid. Dan, you went on a 10-game winning streak yesterday? EX Gengar, the one that puts the Pokemon asleep. Dude, EX Gengar. I need to get creative and make more decks. I think a good place to start is just to copy decks, Big B. So here, let me give you a link real quick. So there's a lot of options out there, but this is one that I use. So here's what I do. Let me see if I can find I think one of the best ways to like check out decks, right, is go to like a website like PikaZone, and then you can check out all the new decks and the top decks and the decks that are finding the most like wins. Now keep in mind, this is via the tournament scene, so this isn't in-game. You have to keep, now what's the difference between in-game and tournament? Well, in-game is a best of 1. tournaments are best of 3, and most tournaments are open deck list, meaning the opponent can see your deck and make decisions based off of what you have in it. This is way more competitive. Best of 1 is fun. It's a lot of shenanigans. You could really surprise your opponent, but this is really where you find out if a deck is competitively viable. So I think what you want to do is go here and just take a look at some decks and just be like, okay, what are people playing? And then this will help you get your creative juices flowing, because you're not going to see a ton of real creative stuff here, because this is sweaty. This is all people being sweaty. But like, look at the honorable mention section. This is where stuff starts to get fun. Like 17 trainer Leafeon Celebi. Yeah, like Starmie EX coming out here with a 15 trainer Starmie EX with a Palkia. Like, you can really have some fun. People are definitely having some fun, especially with the new set. The new set is really changing the game a bunch. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, I would just look it up. I would just look up a couple decks, get yourself some creative juice, and then from there, like, have some fun and build some decks, you know, do whatever. So I really want to play with Pawmot. I want to use Pawmot and Rare Candy as a wall, and then hide behind the Pawmot and build my bench naturally. That's what I want to do with Palm. I want to use Pawmot as like a Dredagon wall, and like build my bench behind Pawmot, and Rare Candy lets me do it really fast, right? Like, I can like turn 2 have Pawmot in front of you. I like that. Sounds cool, man. I think that's a really fun idea. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna wrap my head around this deck later, but I have a new idea. I think we're bringing back Pika Rat. We're bringing back the Rat Pack. Pachirisu and Pikachu, triple rat. Raichu, Pachirisu, Pikachu. We're going trip rats on them. It's gonna be the Black Plague all over again. About to do some ranked and see what everyone's running. Yeah, that's a good idea. So again, ranked is a good idea to see like what are some good best of 1 decks. I think a lot of the stuff you see viable in ranked is gonna be real good to kind of get an idea of like, yeah, like what are people playing in the ranked queue in a best of 1 setting where you get to surprise your opponent. And I think that's pretty important to distinguish that, because you can get away with murder in the ranked queue. You can get away with murder in the ranked queue in like a good way, in like a fun way. Like, you can like really trick your opponent. You could like run water energy, but actually be an electric deck. You know what I mean? Like think about that. Like, you can really have fun in best of 1. You could be running water energies, but be running you know, Alolan Raichu and actually healing your Pokemon. Like, nobody really has any clue what you're doing in ranked queue until the deck starts to get like played out. So you can really mess with people. You've seen that? Yeah. Like, it's pretty cool. I think ranked queue's fun. I like best of 1. Best of 1 is the only environment that my old Charjabug team used to work in VGC. Because like, in 2 out of 3, it was a little bit easier to play around Charjabug, and you could plan ahead. But like, nobody expects Charjabug. So when you're in best of 1, and all of a sudden I pull a Charjabug out, almost everybody, especially back in Gen 7, is going, what is this guy doing? And I'm sitting there like, you're not ready, sir. And when that Charjabug hits you with the Volt Tackle and halves your Pokemon's HP, and you go, wait a second, that hits way harder than I was expecting, game over. You're already losing. By the time you realize what's happening, you lost. right? So like best of one queue's real fun. Like you can really start to mess with people, you know? Dude, I have so much fun with best of one queue, dude. They sadly nerfed my charger bug when they nerfed electric terrain though. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like fully commit to charger bug for like a while, because like when they nerfed electric terrain, they really hurt my feelings, dude. Because like electric terrain used to be plus 50% damage, but they nerfed it down to plus, I think, 25%. And that 25% really mattered for the bug bus hitting hard, man. Like it really helped. So it was unfortunate that they did that to electric terrain, because Bug Bus thrived in Gen 7, but he doesn't thrive as well in the later gens. It still works. I can still make it work. You know, where there's a will, there's a way. Just not quite working the way that I would hope. All right, we're going to Danger in the Deep. Let's go. Winning by destroying their minds. Yeah, just no one expects the bug bus. It's too good. Honestly, Stardew was kind of the same vibe. I almost beat the world champion Wolf Glick on stream. Now, unfortunately, I have to say the word almost. So it's not really a good story. But I almost beat Wolf Glick on stream with Stardew. And I will forever be a fan of Stardew because of that. The only problem with Stardew is that he only does plus 25% damage to everything, whereas Charjabug does plus 50% to special attack. So if you really want to play a super offensive deck, which that's the whole idea behind Charjabug, is you wanna go with Charja because you want as much damage as possible. Whereas Stardew like balanced it out and made it to where you can use more than special attack Pokemon, but then it wasn't hitting as hard. It wasn't hitting quite as hard as Charjabug's deck was. So I can't believe to this day, I'm so sad. I made one mistake. I think if I would have made one different move, I would have beat Wolf Glick. And you want to know the worst part? I think it's because of nerves. Because somebody showed up in my chat and they were like, yo dog, I'm watching Wolf on YouTube and he's fighting you right now. You're fighting Wolf. You're fighting the world champion. And I was like, and I panicked and I lost. Like I wasn't ready for the pressure, dude. Like I wish I didn't get told, because it really, yeah, it was actually him. Yes, I fought Wolf Glick on stream. It was 100% him. It was confirmed. People were watching him on stream. He was fighting Hylian Dez. Yes, this happened, dude. And I almost beat him. Keep that in mind, please. I almost beat him. Yeah, he was live on YouTube at the same time I was live on Twitch doing battles, and we somehow linked up. Yeah, dude. It was crazy, man. You got a shiny Starmie? Oh, I'm jealous, dude. I got a shiny Execute and Ghastly from the new set. That's the cool part about Pokemon though, is like sometimes you just win a game because of like happenstance, or because like no open team sheets, right? Like I wouldn't like talk smack about beating Wolf in a best of one format. Would I be proud? Yes. Would I like talk smack and like hold it as some kind of trophy? Not really, because best of one allows you to do stuff like surprise people. And that's like the whole point. So like I would have just been proud that Stardew was able to do it, you know? And to be fair, I had a line of victory, so I still kind of, in my heart, I still kind of believe that I could have beat him, because like I saw the line. Like, as when I went back and watched the video, if I would have just made one position difference, I would have won. So because of that, I still kind of look back fondly, because I'm like, technically I could have won that game. It wasn't like I lost miserably. It was like I was playing well, and then I made a mistake, or I didn't see my out and I lost. So like, still to this day, I kind of look back like, yeah, I had the win on Wolf Glick. I almost got him. Sick. Dude, I love Napalm Ring. Napalm Ring, where have you been all this playthrough, man? It's so good with the hammer. It's insane. We just blow everything up. Dude, the hammer plus Napalm Ring might be the best combo ever. Look at this. Like, we are shredding everything. Like, it's nuts, dude. It's nuts. Do 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 do. Oh, night market. This is the Napalm Ring. The Napalm Ring makes it to where when enemies die, they explode. Enemies explode on death. Good to see the community farm didn't take away your pleasure of playing Stardew. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. We'll bring the community farm will be back. Maybe next week we'll see what we can do. But yeah, I wanted to play some single player today. I'm trying to progress this playthrough, but I think we're just gonna slowly drift away from this playthrough, unfortunately, because I'm kind of getting unlucky with the quest that I want. So I think one day what I might do here in the future is I might sit down and just skip days. Like literally just sleep until the next Monday, see if I get the quest. Sleep until the next Monday, see if I get the quest. We might be at that point with this playthrough. Because we've already accomplished our goal of seeing what it's like to live life as a fisherman only. This playthrough was a success, and I've pretty much proven to myself everything I wanted to see. So I'm kind of okay with moving on. I was just hoping to fill up all these fish ponds with legendary fish. But if it can't happen because of RNG, I'm not really that torn up about it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I think I would be okay with taking a breather from single player Stardew. And then taking a breather from single player Stardew and coming back doing the community farm, our multiplayer experience, and then checking out some other farming sims. Like, it might be time to be checking out some other farm sims, you know? Napalm Ring, Burglar Ring, Lucky Ring, Savage Ring, Max Little Parrot, Monster Musk, go into the mines and farm coal from dust sprites. It's so fun. I honestly should try that. It sounds like a freaking blast. All right, where's my free cup of coffee at? Periwinkle, wine. I downloaded TCG Live recently. I gotta say, maybe it's because I'm so used to it now, but I appreciate the 20 card, no energy card. Same here. Listen, I don't mind complicated card games. I've been playing Magic the Gathering my whole life. but I will tell you that there is something super, super cool about just 20 card decks. I think it breeds a certain level of creativity. Like, I think it's kind of the conversation of when you through limitations breeds more creativity. That's it. Like, through when you are limited to only 20 options, I think it really makes stuff super creative and interesting. I don't know. I've been playing card games my whole life, so, you know, just my personal opinion on it. The normal game's so different from Pocket. No, I've never played Hearthstone. I've been somewhat interested, but because I like World of Warcraft, but I've never played really. Only a little bit. Full Art Alolan Executor acquired? Dude, get out of here. Dude, congratulations. What the heck? Speaking of, I went in here and started looking at decks. Do I have anything to pull? No packs right now. Unfortunately, the Wonder Pick event's over. I think I do want to build a Pikachu deck around Oricorio. Yeah, it would be new Pikachu though. It would be like Pachirisu, Oricorio, new Pikachu.
Hey fam, happy lazy Sunday. H-Day bless all around.
And we would need like one more hard hitter. Like one more like really, really hard hitter, like non-EX hard hitter. So like Luxray or Electivire's beautiful with Volkner. It'd be fun, man. I only said that because I'm looking at my Wonder Picks and I saw Oricorio. I only have one right now, so I can't build that deck yet though. I'm still limited by what I have, you know what I mean? Like I only have one Oricorio and it's the full art, I'm pretty sure. I'm about to pull this Japanese. I'm going to see if I can get this Japanese Delmise and Leaf Cape because I don't have either of those yet. The Anchor Wanker. Let's see if I can get this. I think Muck is cool, man. I think the new Muck is neat. I think the new Muck is super neat. Savage Ring gives you a speed boost when you kill a monster. Napalm causes explosions to break rocks. Burglar gives you more drops. Lucky increases your chance to find staircases from Napalm. I didn't get the card I wanted. I got a stupid Geodude. Yo, what's up, Banana Universe? Yo, thank you, Celestial Ray, for the 30 months. And thank you, Brittany BCH, for the 36, the 3 years. I didn't say thanks for that. The alert went off, but I was distracted. If you're still out there, Brittany, thank you, man. I know I haven't streamed in a couple days, so to be fair, I have no clue what I'm doing. Just kind of vibing. No, I've never played Sunhaven. It's funny because Concerned Ape actually mentioned Sunhaven in an interview. How about that? Free marketing. He said that he played Sunhaven. He said he checked out a couple farming sims and Sunhaven was one of them. I found that to be pretty funny. Yeah, Fields of Mystria is great. We'll be revisiting Fields of Mystria here this year. Almost certain. I'm almost certain of that. I'm almost certain of a revisit to...
Thank you for 20 months of being part of a fantastic community.
Do you have plans for Scuffed Eats? I do, yeah. I just haven't been able to take the time to set it up. Yeah, Scuffed Eats will return as ASAP at this point. So to kind of give you some insight on what's going on with Scuffed Eats, thank you, Banana Universe, for 20 months. Dude, how you doing today, bud? I appreciate the support coming in, especially after a couple unexpected days off here. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting chat. So I wanted to do an episode of Scuffed Eats the last week of April, and that didn't work out. So now my goal is just to get it set up here as soon as possible. So the last episode we did was during the stream marathon at the first week of April. So it hasn't been too long, even though it has felt like a long time. So the goal is to hopefully have Scuffed Beats back within the next 2 weeks now. So what I decided to do with my kitchen was, instead of setting my kitchen up revolving around the stream, I decided to set my kitchen up revolving around my personal life, which was a pretty strange decision because for 6 years of being a diehard streamer, pretty much everything I did in my life was based around my content. Everything. I would live wrapped and tangled up in cords. I don't care. My whole house would be an absolute nightmare to navigate as long as I could put a good show on. Well, when I moved, I decided that I kind of wanted to have like a kitchen that I enjoyed being in on a personal level. So I set my kitchen up to be just that. And I haven't set it up with Scuffed Eats in mind yet. So that's what you're waiting on, Scuffed Eats enthusiast. You're waiting for me to sit down, take a look at my kitchen, and say, how can I properly set up my cooking show now that it's set up for like everyday life? And if it's not clear, that's not like an easy task, right? Because Scuffed Eats requires a lot of equipment. I need a computer, at least one monitor. I need, standard keyboard, mouse, camera, multiple cameras, microphones, you know what I mean? Like, it's a process, right? And being able to kind of fit that into my kitchen is going to be actually a pretty tall order. Like, it's going to be tough. Like, I'm going to go ahead and wrap my head around it. And I'm going to figure out, like, how are we going to incorporate Scuffed Eats into this kitchen, but also not let it, like, take my whole kitchen over. It's going to require some, like, hardware. Like, I'm going to have to maybe buy some, like, mounts for cameras and, like, stuff like that. So, like, I guess what I'm trying to express is that Scuffed Eats is going to take some time for me to set up properly. So just give me some time and I'm working on it. So that's the update for Scuffed Eats. Is just give me some time. I'm figuring out how to wrap my head around how to make it a proper experience. But also, like, with a new kitchen with less counter space than I used to have. So, like, there's some complications, and I'm working through that now. So I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. Sometimes I figure stuff out like instantly and I just make it work. Sometimes it takes a little longer. Really, and I already said this, but I'll say it again. I truthfully just haven't even put my brain into it at all yet. That's just the honest truth. I've been focusing on the living side of my kitchen and my house and a little less of the streaming. And again, as healthy as that is, it's pretty weird for me. It's not normal. In all my years of streaming, I've always put the stream first. Always. And for the first time ever, I'm finally saying, let me do life first this time. Am I proud of the decision? Am I happy of the decision? I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I still have mixed feelings about everything in this house. There's still a big part of me that prefers that my whole stream setup was out in the dining room right now, where I could just turn my whole house into a streamer house. Even after my whole house is decorated and I have a real living room and I'm living a real human boy's life, there's a huge part of me that still regrets that I didn't just turn my whole house into a stream house. Like, I actually, like, massively regret it a little bit because, like, that's just who I am in my heart. I'm a streamer first. I gave up my regular human life a long time ago, and I've been a streamer first for a long time. So I haven't really come to terms with, like, Like even this stream room right here, the space is so small and it's like nothing like I really envisioned streaming in 6 years into my content. And sometimes I like just sit there and wince about it, but things are working out. Things are going pretty smooth. And I'm pretty happy about things despite some of my regret. And yeah, we'll see where things go. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy about how things are. So
thanks for everything you do for us. So happy to be here.
Yo, thank you, Em. Thank you, Coco Winning, for 27, and may the 4th be with you. Thank you, M and Beyond, for 6. You seem like somebody who really cherishes having the spaces of their own. Yeah, that's why I'm fighting my streamer side of me. Correct. You got that right. That's why, like, my heart, I'm fighting that side of me. I've been fighting it since I've moved in. And with like some encouragement from the community and from my partner and, you know, my support circle who like knows me, you know, sometimes better than you know yourself, I've come to terms that like this is the best decision for me to like really create spaces that I can live in and cherish and call like my sanctuary, and that in time I'll get used to streaming in these new spaces. But I've had to fight these feelings this whole time. I've had to like battle myself like, no, stop. You don't have to you don't have to think that way. Like, be healthy, dude. Like, you deserve a good space. You know what I mean? Like, I've had to like reiterate that to myself and like fight myself over it because my brain wants to lean back into like stream first. Nothing else matters. Like, that's what my brain wants to do, you know? Yeah. While in short time, there might be FOMO, in long term, mentally, it's unhealthy to not have a use space. Right, exactly. So like, I'm pretty confident that I'm making the right decisions, but I'm just kind of sharing how much of a struggle it has been to make those correct decisions. Because of how much I love streaming. I love streaming. I love broadcasting. I love creating dope experiences. So it's been tough, man. It's been a tough journey, to say the least. So yeah, so the reason I brought all that up though was to go back to the point, which is Scuffed Eats. So yeah, give me some time. I kind of planned on Scuffed Eats being back sooner, but because I'm putting myself first, which I think a lot of people here completely understand, Scuffed Eats has taken a little bit longer to set up than I originally planned. But you know, you better believe Scuffed Eats is coming back. You better believe we're gonna get back to meal prep Sundays. I'm looking forward to it, baby. I'm looking forward to it. Yo, thank you again, M. Thank you, Coco Winning. And thank you, Exhaustion, for asking, because I love when people give me that kind of indirect feedback, asking about different content and different segments I do. It means a lot to me. So thank you for asking. Thanks for saying something. Skarmory Bastodon. Do you have a Lego room? No. No Lego room. Yo, what's up, Zane? Welcome back. I still want the POV cam for Scuffed. Yo, what's up, Dark Lord of the Pickles? Good to see you today as well, dude. Enjoy your hike. Have you had a chance to enjoy your kitchen off stream? Oh yeah, dude. I've been cooking for sure. I've been cooking salmon. I made myself salmon and roasted potatoes the other day with like a mustard sauce that I made with mustard, mayo, and a little bit of lemon juice to kind of put over the salmon and potatoes. And then otherwise I've been doing like casual cooking, just like prepping and salads and stuff, but I've done a little cooking. Yeah. It was super hard to separate my personal life from work because I wasn't going to an office and there wasn't a physical separation. Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to avoid now, because I think a lot of my mental health, as far as my mental health is concerned, I didn't enjoy not having spaces to hang out in outside of my stream, in my stream room. So in this apartment, I'm getting a chance to kind of hit the reset button and have spaces outside of my office so that maybe I'm not always, you know, stuck, not only in a chair in front of a computer screen thinking about work, but like maybe I can actually sit back and relax and enjoy some other spaces, right? So it's like, that's like the goal. That's like the goal. You haven't cooked all the things on the gas stove yet? No, well, I'm not really a big cooking for myself kind of guy. Unfortunately, I've never really been that guy. Yeah, no. I like to cook for people, or I like to cook for my stream. But like for myself, I don't really cook. I've never been that way. Any cooks in the house that can relate to that? Dude, I'm so lazy when I cook for myself. Like, I'm so lazy. You have like no idea. Like, I will like make the worst possible fastest meal I can and just eat it because it's like a thing you have to do, like eat food. So like if I don't have like a purpose to cook, a lot of times I just don't buy. I just look for like easy outs. Like I'd rather eat a hard-boiled egg than make scrambled eggs, because I can hard boil like 15 at a time and just take it out of the fridge and eat it. You know what I mean? Amen to that. Yeah. I'll make a PB&J, but I made my wife a nice breakfast salad this morning with scrambled eggs, bacon, feta, and Dijon. Right. But like for yourself, it's like, give me a piece of bread and an egg and like slap it together and eat it, you know? It's like, whatever. Saltine crackers layered with shredded cheese. Saltine crackers on top. Microwave 1 minute. Dinner served. Yeah, exactly, LP. I love when streamers put themselves first. Lately, another streamer I was watching has been doing that, and since doing that, he seems much happier, and that makes me happy. Yeah, I think overall it'll help my stream in the end. It's hard to let go of the grind. That's really what it comes down to. Because unfortunately, there's always a pro and a con. And as much as like working on yourself or putting yourself first helps your content like intrinsically, like it helps it like you're happier, people can notice that you're kind of healthy or whatever. The truth is though, is that generally speaking, the content is what matters most for your average person. Most people are engaging with your content. They don't care if you're happy or not. What they care about is the content that they're watching. Sure, if you're a sourpuss, maybe they won't like you, but at the end of the day, if the content is good, that is all that matters. Your personal life and your personal feelings aren't really a part of that. It's about the show. So it's tough as a creator, and I speak for like a lot of creators here, to break away from the idea that like it's hard to let go of putting your show first, because putting your show first is what made you successful. And if you want to continue growing, you kind of have to put your show first. Because people who are new to the community aren't attached to you. You see, you watch me every day, you want me to be happy. But what about that person out there that's never watched me before? The person that just clicked away because I stopped playing Stardew and started talking instead. Did you notice I lost 10 viewers because I stopped playing the game? Those people don't care about me. They're watching the show. And if I want to grow and if I want to pull new people into my ecosystem, you have to put the content first. So you see, it's tough. It's not easy. If you want to like really grow and prosper as a content creator, you have to like lock in. But locking in can also be a little bit tough because then your mental health could wane if you're not doing the perfect balance. If you're not balancing, and that's the key, it's the balance, and it's a tightrope. Exactly. So that's why when you see resistance of like supporting yourself over your content, it's because any content creator that's doing this full time, that's actively growing and treating this like a full career and a job, and or career / second job, first job, whatever, we can all tell you firsthand that as soon as we rest on our laurels, we lose success. It's like, I'm talking any amount of complacency or resting or being satisfied, done. You instantly start losing success. People stop watching you. You can't ever rest. You can't ever say, I succeeded. Because as soon as your mentality goes to from grind and working hard and pushing to I'm okay, I've succeeded, people smell it and they don't want to watch you. You have to forever evolve. You have to forever push, or you will eventually stagnate out. Now, does stagnation necessarily mean bad things? No. If you've built yourself a big enough foundation, and this is what Toad was talking about, you can allow yourself to stagnate out a little bit. So let me use my own channel for an example. Pretty much no matter what I play and no matter what I do on this channel, I have a couple hundred people watching me. You see, I fought for that. I fought and I clawed for that success. So I have the option to relax, and it doesn't necessarily hurt me in the long run. It's just kind of like, okay, maybe I'm not growing every single day. Maybe I'm with my core community that are here for me every day, and like I'm blessed, right? But that's something you have to work for. You have to lay that foundation down yourself, and you have to really build towards it. That's why, like, has anybody, and I'm not trying to talk down on anybody, but like, has anybody ever noticed, and if you've been on Twitch long enough, you'll know what I'm talking about, where there will be a partnered streamer who will have, let's say, 1,000 viewers for 5 years straight. And you're like, wow, this guy's larger than life. But then one day you show up like let's say you take a break from Twitch for a year and you show back up and that guy's got 60 viewers. Have you ever wondered why and how that happens? Have you ever seen that on Twitch? I'm sure if you've been on Twitch long enough, we've all seen that, where somebody will get their partnership, they'll work hard, they'll be successful, sometimes pushing 3-4 digits. But then like you show up maybe a year later and they just chill with like 60 people watching them play whatever. That's because they gave up the grind. They stopped pushing. They rested on their laurels. They said, I'm successful enough. And that's what's to show for it. They stopped playing the games people wanted to watch them play. They stopped treating their community, a certain way. Like whatever the reason, they were like, I'm done. I've hit a point of satisfaction. Well, if you ever hit a point of satisfaction, that hunger goes away, and it's hunger that drives the creator. It's that hunger that breeds success. Once you lose the hunger, that's it. Your drive's gone. Right. And it's such a fight. Right. So like this conversation started because I was talking about my personal journey, and like that's something I struggle with because I don't want to lose my hunger, but I also want to sit back, relax, and enjoy the fruits of my success. But if I sit back and relax a little too much, I start to lose the hunger. But you see what I mean? It's like it's such a tight balance where I have to keep the hunger alive, but I also I deserve to relax and enjoy the hard work I've put in for 6 years. So I try to find this like perfect balance between both worlds. And I do a pretty dang good job of it personally. And I think I've only been doing a better job, especially now that I'm paying attention to my physical health, because I was so on one side. I was so hunger grindy. Now I'm balancing out, and it's actually helping me. My community loves that I'm taking care of myself. My community loves supporting somebody who's supporting themselves. And it's turning into a very positive thing for me to like turn it this way a little bit. I was full gas over here. Now I'm kind of like, okay, I can kind of chill a little bit. I can focus on more relaxing content. You want to know one of the biggest things that I do as like a little bit of like a behind the curtain thing is I am more focused on my core audience than anything else nowadays. And that's really helped me relax. Instead of worrying about the grind and hustling and trying to meet new people and trying to get my stream in front of new eyes, these past 2 years, I've decided to settle in because I've realized like I do have a beautiful, supportive community and one of the most beautiful, big and bright on Twitch, and that you all deserve to be taken care of. That's why we started doing stuff like the Lurker Zone on YouTube. That's why like I've really settled into like listening to my community, doing stuff like variety-a-thons, marbles, letting people choose games, because I realized that in my tenure, it would be really healthy for me to make sure that the people that call this place home know that I'm taking care of them. And that's all of you here right now. Like my show is less about new people now and more about all of you that come here every day. I used to like balance it. I used to like try to do both, where now I'm more like 70-30. I'm like 70% of my show is built for all of you. 30% of my show is maybe like I'm trying to get out there and see new people and still keep growing. But I realized I started pumping the brakes on growing because look around you. Like I did it, you know, as long as I stay consistent and I work hard, I think that I'm in a position where I can focus on the people that are here and the people that want to watch me. And I'll just go the slow growth route. And the slow growth route is what I call the trickle growth, where you get one new viewer a day, one new follower a week. Maybe one person calls your stream home a week. That's plenty for me. That's one new person. That's massive. And I'm going for the trickle. I'm going for the slow growth, right? Because I have that luxury. You know, I have the luxury of kind of sitting back and saying, you know what? Trickle mode. You know, let's just focus on the show. And I want to say this real quick before I wrap this up, because I know this turned into a long-winded rant. The secret is that's how my show started. That's the secret to the sauce. I'm giving you the Krabby Patty formula right now. When my show started, I only focused on the content. And I said, even if one single person shows up in my chat a week, I am growing, therefore I am winning. Keep putting on a good show. Don't worry about anything else. Over time, I started focusing more on growing, but I started realizing over these 6 years, the sauce, the formula, who cares if you got 100 more viewers this week versus last? Who cares? Just put good content out, period. The slow growth mode works. It works, dude. The slow trickle works. It can be grueling and it can feel unrewarding. And you don't feel the growth, but it happens slowly over time. And I think it's so important. Like, I think it's the best way to approach like content creation. Like, but I think it was important that I did. I think it was important that I went into grow mode though for a little while.
By the way, I'm about to leave for Cleveland for a short trip. If you have any must-do activities, let me know. Cheers.
Not really, man. Cleveland's kind of, it's just food, man. You just need to eat food out here. Hold on, we're switching games. You just need to eat food. And maybe go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah, Cleveland is like, is just food, man. There's not a ton going on out here. Even eating food sounds good to me. Yeah. Find try to do yourself a favor and find a couple maybe like decent restaurants to check out. I could recommend a place called The Melt if you like different gourmet grilled cheeses. I could also recommend a place called Lux in the Cleveland area. It's called like Lux something. It's Luxx. I could also recommend maybe checking out, what was the name of that place? Soto or Suto or something. I wish I remembered, but they have a really banging chicken and waffles. And then Great Lakes Brewery is cool because it not only is it a brewery and it's some of the best beer, in my opinion, it also is like a pretty good restaurant, and the employees have stock. So you know the food's good because all the employees that work there actually have, it's employee owned, it's employee ran. And that breeds the best employees, that breeds the best work. And I promise you, you're going to get good food at the Great Lakes Brewery. So that's one I could recommend as well. Maybe checking out something like the West Side Market, and you can just Google search the West Side Market to see what I'm talking about, is maybe worth your time because it's just kind of a cool experience. It's like a big farmer's market, but I think it's like bigger than your average farmer's market. So a lot of people just aren't terribly like hip to it. But the truth is that I'm not really a good Clevelander. So I appreciate you asking. Thank you. But I'm probably the worst Clevelander in that sense. Like, I don't really get out. I don't really get out, dude. So I'm like probably the worst person to ask like what to do in Cleveland. I'm just gonna be real. Give me just a second here. I'm just changing my title and stuff. All right, let's play some Animal Crossing Deluxe. Shall we? If y'all are hanging out on YouTube, thank you for considering hitting that like button. We've been killing it over on YouTube here today. Thank you. And if you're hanging out over here on Twitch, hope you're enjoying the show. We're going to be playing some Animal Crossing. If you were here for Stardew, don't worry. More Stardew will be back. We do plenty of Stardew here. What's up, Stardew Dad? But yeah, we're chilling. It's not Cleveland, but Cedar Point. Yeah, Cedar Point's a good place always, right? Yo, thank you for the follows, and thank you, Minnie, for the 21 months. 22 months. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you, dude. 2 Point Museum update. Wait, did 2 Point Museum update? Yo, thank you, Sandra, for 35. This is the way people will come here for here now from the energy of the core. Yeah, exactly. Put out a show you love and your people will find you. Exactly, dude. Taco knows. Taco gets it. I live in PA and I've never been to Cedar Point, but I want to go so bad. Have you ever been to Kennywood? You tied 150 water balloons yesterday. Why? What were you doing? What are you doing that for? You hosting a party? Are you helping your kids have fun after at the end of the school year? Pottsville, PA here. Nice. I've been to Kennywood. Only Hershey. I've been to Hershey as well, but I'm not a roller coaster guy, so. I didn't go to Hershey for the roller coasters. I did get a big bag of popcorn though. Yeah, for the kiddos. They're 7 and 2. Then at night we made s'mores. Oh, that sounds so good, dude. Are you kidding me, man? Also, Geeky Ray, I did see your message, by the way, and I also find it fascinating, Geeky. Yeah. By the comment about YouTube. Yeah, I find that fascinating as well. Yo, what's up, Town Off? JK's still here. Yo, DJ Artemis, appreciate you, dude. I keep a lot of berries, cheese, and hummus, stuff like that. Yeah, I like easy eats. I'm trying to do more cooking for myself though. Like on the topic of, you know, taking care of yourself and not just doing things for like the show or for other people. I am like trying to, that's one of the reasons why we're focusing on the house in this apartment and like my personal life, because I do want to start cooking for myself more. I think it'll just be really healthy for me to be doing something like in the creative arts department outside of stream. Well, I just got back from a short trip. I love traveling by train. Around every bend of the track, there are new adventures, new people, and new memories to be made. Choo choo. Wow, stop being a hype train shill, Mom. Jeez, could you be any more obvious? More like scam train, am I right? Get yourself a grill? Dude, I do want a grill, yeah. I've been thinking about getting a grill, dude. Yo, what's up, Town Off? That quest is annoying. Does anybody remember that the light blue gem for the cave puzzle quest? I think you have to do something specific with that quest. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I've never been to No Bells. Amber, Trilobite, Stegotorso. I think the Stegotorso might need to be turned in. All right, we've learned our lesson. Let's drop this and let's talk to Tankster. Oh, I forgot we did Donkey Kong. Hey, wait a second. Where are you going? By gum, I'm making it my business. Sneaking around like that with a wicked little grin on your face. You're up to something. I can just tell. When you do anything, you better let me know first. Well, I guess you don't like have to, but it would for sure be funner for me. Anyways, what's up? Robin spends almost every waking hour fishing, but still hasn't even caught a tiny bitterling. Robin only needs to catch a single bitterling to have every kind of fish there is to catch. I don't fish very much, so I've never seen one up close, Hylian. Have you ever caught one? Yeah. Wow, you're amazing. I don't know how many you have left to catch, but it sounds like you're on track to catch them all in no time. Wait a minute, don't tell me. You've already caught them all, haven't you? That's my secret. Fine, be that way. It's not like I care. And Aaron, do you know? I was just thinking of something. Nope, sorry. All right, no work. Does Robin build stuff? Charbroil has a smoker, grill, roaster, $300. Dude, that sounds nice. Is it all in one? $300 for a smoker, griller, broiler, all in one? Wait, did somebody new move in? Butch was already here. Camo frog. Okay, no. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so no new villager today, but we haven't really said hi to Butch yet, have we? I don't think so. I realize now that I missed the raffle. I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't feeling good. That's sad, dude. I'm not gonna time travel back to it. I'm just gonna take it on the chin. Dang, I was building up to that raffle big time too. Unfortunately. Whoa, this is not a good position. No! Okay, I bombed the whole thing. I didn't think it would be this rock, so I wasn't paying attention. Oh, what the heck, Tweediculous? That sucks. I imagine I would just go for like a coal or whatever. What is it called? I don't know. Whatever the other one besides for propane is. Charcoal. Hey, I love this item, dude. Yes. Yes, I love when this is in your town. Nice. They have this item in New Horizons. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's see if old Blathies needs these fossils. Do you plan on streaming Oblivion again? That was surprisingly fun. Yeah, I do. My plans for Oblivion right now is to do one more stream, and if it ends up not being buggy and like crashing my computer, then we'll continue playing it on stream. It'll be a night stream thing. However, if I stream it one more time and I feel like it's just not working out for my computer, then we'll move away from it. So that's the plan with Oblivion. Sorry, I didn't feel like reading this. Blathers is... When you don't actually take the time to read what Blather's saying, he freaking blathers. It feels like he just yaps. But when you read it, it doesn't feel as bad because you're like engaged. But holy heck, homie yaps when you're not trying to read his text. Apparently I got a shiny aquamarine, so you need a regular one. Boom, got him. All right, let's see what guest is coming. Just like the owl in Ocarina? Yeah. Yo, what's up, Gab? Wait, what is this? What is this? A new, wait, who's this? Rena? Who's Rena? It's gotta be some character from like a version that I don't know. It's gotta be some character, some NPC from like a Japanese version. That I... What is this? Mostly for new builds, a few demolition requests. Were also in the mix, the usual from her. The permit listed date is for May 6th. They've all been approved. I've been waiting for you to discover this. Wait, what is this? What is this NPC, dude? Yeah, I'm also Googling it and nothing is popping up. What? Rena Animal Crossing Japanese. There's no way. I'm gonna have to like dig into Reddits to find out what this NPC is. There is oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like, I don't know who this is. Your face is priceless. Because, dude, I've been playing this game for 20 years and you're telling me there's an NPC that I don't know? Like, you know what I mean? Like this has to be some kind of content from the E+ version that I've never seen before. It's gotta be. It's gotta be like an E+ NPC. Yeah, nothing's coming up under Rena. Maybe they have a different name in Japanese and the person who made this mod, maybe they just gave them a different name. And that's why we're confused. I was under the impression that this NPC is unique to this mod. Yeah, I think from what I understand, there's no new content to the mod. It's all content from versions of the game that we haven't gotten in that sense. I don't think there's any content that is just like curated just for the mod. Not necessarily. There's a couple of things that they did to like repurpose things. But like from what I understand, this NPC yeah, but I could be wrong. I don't think this says anything about this in the Animal Crossing modding Discord. So whatever's going on here, it could be from the IQ version. Bum 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 bum. Blazel, Chestnut, and Shocky were given official features and integrated into special event NPCs. So what about these three? Maybe it's Blazel, Chestnut, or Shocky. Maybe they renamed them to Rena or something. Because the patch notes don't say anything about this character. Not by name anyways. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Dude, I guess we're gonna find out together on the 6th. Guess we're finding out together on the 6th, dude. I'm pretty excited, dude. New content? I guess that's what, Tuesday? Trilobites, Stegosaurus. Okay, we're selling that stuff. Good old fashioned, let's find out. Yeah. What the heck? Yeah, maybe Sandra's right. Maybe this is just something exclusive to the mod to get like a feature put in. Because you know what the mod developer would have done is like, let's say there's a feature that wasn't in this game and they wanted the feature to be in the mod, so they made up an NPC. Bum 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 bum. The character's name was previously believed to be Chestnut or Shocky, a literal translation, but these were discovered to be unrelated text strings. XSQ's visual appearance resembles Bliss. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe this character, maybe the character itself is created for the mod, but maybe the features that this character is going to like give us is not. Does that make sense? Like maybe that's what's going on. Like the feature, it's just a character that they created to help us get some cool new features or something. Yeah, right. Something like that, maybe. I don't know, but I'm very interested. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I forgot my golden shovel can give me cash. Wow, and it's way more convenient in this game because it goes straight into your wallet. My best guess is to ask Reddit. Yeah, I mean, true. Yo, what's up, Charlie? How you doing today? Yeah, I love Animal Crossing. Bum, 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 bum. This might be too high up. That's definitely too low. All right, we're just going to keep what we got here. Ooh, 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 ooh. So what, did 2 Point Museum get updated? Yeah, no way. I want to find out in game. Yeah, me too. I'm kind of happy that the mod developer isn't here because I might be tempted to have them tell us. So those banners are just something that happens like at certain times of the year. It's just like a cosmetic thing for like for the end of spring and like summer. Like these right here. These aren't attached to like a specific holiday. It's just like during a time of year, these things just spawn around town. I don't remember exactly why, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Yo, what's up, Gamer Pro? Good to see you, Game Nations. By the way, I don't know if I said hello to you. Yeah, I am playing this on PC. So this is Animal Crossing GameCube Deluxe Edition. And it's the original Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube, but remixed and added and like adjusted essentially to add more content to it. And I'm playing on the Dolphin emulator, correct? Yeah, I should have been clear. I'm pretty sure that the fish flag does represent Children's Day in Japan, right? I just don't know if it represents that in this game specifically. Yeah, just to be clear. I don't want any. I'm telling you for the last time, you foul creature, go away! Oh, it's just you. Yeah. But you're all right about the actual banner itself. Dude, Butch has such funky music. Travel is good for the soul. Visiting new lands, meeting new folks. Doesn't it sound exciting? My path will lead me here again some fair day. Until then, have a good life. From the Happy Vagabond. All right, maybe I haven't had it all that long, but I've had it for a while. I know that much. And it makes me feel all sentimental whenever I read it. So I think I must have had it for a while, right? So what do you think? Amazing. Oh, really? You're just saying that, aren't you? Why do you have to be that way? Why don't you tell me what you really think? Like, I love this game because sometimes no matter what you say to a villager, they still hate you. You could be as honest as ever. You could be like, dude, I freaking love that photo, dude. And they'd be like, you're just a freaking liar. You think you got me fooled? Like, it's so good, dude. Today's your 4-year anniversary at work at the moment, but I'm going to a pizza place with the hubby that is Star Wars Day going on. I was just about to ask if you're going to celebrate Star Wars for your anniversary. That's cool. Lots of quality of life improvements, updates based on community feedback. They did a good job with it. That's cool. You love to hear that. I couldn't think of anything personally that the game like needed. I also didn't get terribly far into it. But it's cool to hear that, you know, it's always cool to hear when a developer is like willing to listen. Wait, Gamer Pro, what game? Are you talking about Animal Crossing Deluxe? Or are you talking about 2 Point? Oh, they fixed the Twitch integration. Oh, thank goodness. That is something that needed to be fixed. That sounds fun. This one? Yeah, dude. Animal Crossing Deluxe has been a blast, dude. Also, happy early birthday, homie. Yo, 10 Lobster coming in with the gifted over to Tambitron. Thank you, 10. What's up, man? Security becomes a massive hassle later on, and they made it easier to locate areas on the map if you just click an exhibit in your museum, for example. Okay, that's cool. All I want for my birthday is a good dinner. I think everyone's entitled to a solid dinner on their birthday, you know? I had some good meals this week. I made a bomb breakfast. Unsweetened coconut yogurt, bananas, apples, a little bit of honey bunches of oats acting as a granola with some fresh unsalted raw almonds. So just raw almonds. And then on the side of that, the best scrambled eggs you'll ever eat. Because I make the best scrambled eggs you'll ever eat. it's just true. It's a fact. So they're pillowy. They're like pillows in your mouth. They melt, but not in that like kind of icky, uncooked egg way. They melt in like a more delicious way. Bum, 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 bum. My birthday's soon, and every year they just scare me. That's fair. All right, I need one more. Oh, nope, never mind. I need one more pear tree. We're replacing a bunch of the pear trees with regular trees. Let's go ahead and replace this with a cherry. Tangy's out here hanging out with Leopold, being her rambunctious self. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. No, you don't. You make boiled eggs. I mean, yeah, for myself. But I had a guess, so I was cooking with him. Or cooking for him. Hey, we might be able to get a golden... Nope, that's too close to the house. Unfortunate. I was listening to Melancholy Tribute to Zelda on Spotify, wondering if you've heard that. Uh-oh. We're definitely not getting this. No way, Jose. I might have heard it. I've heard a lot of those remixes. I guess it just kind of depends on who remixed it. I have heard a lot of those remixes for sure. I try to dabble into all that stuff because I'm just always looking for new music for my stream. But I'm not sure if I've listened to that one specifically. I'd have to go back and like I feel like I listen to so many video game remixes that they start to blur together, which is a little bit rough. Some of them stand out, of course, but they start to blur together for sure. I don't know. A tree might grow here. A tree for sure could grow here. Nice. Yeah, exactly. That's what I had to check. The old walk around trick. Exactly. That's a nose. I just noticed you can't see the sky in this game, correct? That was one of the unique things about Wild World. Like, you have to understand how mind-blowing Wild World was, because Wild World had a whole screen dedicated to the sky in a game that we never got to see the sky in before that date. It was actually pretty cool. Yeah, like, that's a really intuitive call out. That's a really that's not the word I'm looking for, but that's like, it's cool that you caught that, because that is actually a big part of this game. And you want to hear something really interesting about this game? So one of the things I love is that they do a firework festival in this game, and they do a moon viewing festival in this game. And you want to know how they do it? The reflection in the lake. So you go to the firework festival and there's a reflection of the fireworks in the lake. And you go to the moon viewing festival and there's a reflection of the full moon in the lake. So even though they had no sky, they still managed to create experiences around the concept of having a sky in the game. I found that to be so cool. I think that it goes to show you, like, limitations just breed so much creativity. Like, that is such a cool way to go about doing festivals like that without having access to showing the player the sky. Yeah, it's really clever. It was I still to this day think it's one of the coolest things that makes this game so special compared to like other Animal Crossings I played, is like how they incorporated the lakes into some of the events. I think that's really neat. And you just don't see that in a lot of other Animal Crossings, because like, you know, they just have more technology. They don't have to be as creative. I have a big birthday next year and decided after having a lifetime of winter birthdays, I'm throwing a big summer party. That's cool. I've heard of people doing that before. Like winter babies being sick of winter birthdays. That's neato. Yo, thank you, Lala, for 28. Yeah, that's cool. Give you a little bit of a different energy around your birthday. All right, let's plant a couple just kind of raw without replacing stuff. Let's just plant a couple here. Plus, nobody wants to celebrate in winter. I mean, true. Of course, depending on where you live, that's even more true. Going out in the cold and in the snow, ugh. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if this one will grow, but let's give it a shot. I usually like to fill up the acre around Tom Nook with trees because this is right outside of his shop. So if I can get this stuff like cooking over here, it's like ideal because it's like right next to where I'm gonna sell it anyways. So I usually try to do like a little orchard around his shop. Yo, thank you 10 Lobster again, and thank you Laliv. Appreciate all the follows and the daily check-ins coming in as well. I also have to say thank you for, I think we had a new YouTube member on my day off. And I just want to say thank you to that as well. I'm pretty sure. If you're out there, I think it might have been Vanessa. I think so. I have to go back and look here. I'll just go look real quick. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Yo, enjoy your lurk. Wait, what happened? I don't know. I don't know if you're good. Also, I don't think we see that stuff on your end. If you're on mobile, so Twitch is doing a new thing that they will block messages but not show the moderator. So sometimes a message will be held up for approval by a mod, and the mods will all see it, and we have to choose either approve or deny. Well, now on mobile, Twitch will just straight up block messages. We don't see it. I never saw those messages. We don't have no clue. and like apparently certain phrases are just like fully blocked off the platform. I'm not quite sure like what's going on in that department, but I've been hearing from people like, oh, my messages wouldn't send because I was using the word like shit. And it was like, oh, well, you know, I certainly did not tell them to do that. Yeah. Thank you, Vanessa, for another month, another membership over on YouTube. Thank you, Vanessa. It was a rejoin. They were reapplying their membership. So thank you, Vanessa, if you're out there lurking. I know it's pretty, they're probably sleeping, to be fair. Oh, Silent Shelf. I'm sorry you had a rough weekend, but a rough week rather. And I'm glad that I could provide you some entertainment from afar. That emote was actually a product of the babe. One day I was sitting there. I don't remember how it happened, but they were like, that should be an emote. And at the time I was like, what? And they're like, that should be an emote. You should make that an emote. And I'm like, yeah, I think you're right. And I'm like, yeah. And then I went into GIMP, which is a program kind of like Photoshop, but free. And I made it myself. Like, I think I got it cut out myself. Either that or they cut it out for me. They actually might have made that whole emote themselves at work, if I think about it now. And then they even like sharpened the image because they kind of know a little bit about that stuff. And they actually just made it a super dope emote. I can't remember. Either we worked on it together or they just like sent it to me. Something along those lines. It's been a while, but yeah, I got to give credit where credit's due. That emote was a product of like us like hanging out, and it was just like, that's an emote. And I was like, all right, I kind of agree with that. And here we are, HDes baby. Bum, 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 bum. We'll tell them that it made someone's week tolerable. I'll let them know for sure, dude. You found the cutest snack dish at a charity shop, and I just made little sausages and dip snack. It's perfect. Yo, what's up, Minnie? I'm down for some snacks. No, we did not do our nickel today. We did not do the nickel. Oh, here we go. I think that's all the cherries. I think that's all my cherry trees. I didn't have a ton. Dude, Tangy is getting around today. She's been vibing. Yeah, I think that's all my cherry trees. I didn't have that many. Do. Rare. Yeah, have a good day, Silent Shelf. Thanks for coming to say hello, man. I know it wasn't y'all. Yeah. I just like the way you commented Alto was like as if like we could see the message. Now I just wanted to let you know that we couldn't even see it. Freaking Twitch auto modding you. How dare, don't they know that you're Alto Girl 2019? Where do they get off auto modding you? You know what I'm saying? Disgrace. I wasn't gonna be like that. Yeah, how dare they? Don't worry, I'll get a hold of Jeff Bezos. I'll let him know what needs to happen. I'll let Jeffy know, all right? I'll let him know we need to have a talk. Oh, wait. Oh, he can identify my fossils now. Yo, we got 15. Tell him I want a space trip for the inconvenience. What's this? Oh wait, I should probably say donate, probably. Yeah, Kinseed's cool. I wanted to play Kinseed. I almost had like a partnership to play Kinseed on stream, and then it just like never ended up happening. Going to the library to listen to music? Sick. You better not be talking in all caps at the library like you are in my chat, because they'll shush you. You'll get shushed real good. This beauty is most certainly a triceratops. Indeed, it put up a valiant effort to elude identification, yet I endured a what? Quite the battle. Nice, nice new dialogue and everything. Now then, I shall return this specimen to your care. Know that it is quite a remarkable one. Hoo-hoo! Nice. All caps can be fun, though. All right, everyone has to talk in all caps from here on out for the rest of the stream. Otherwise, I'm going to time you out. I want you to play it bad, but it'll have to be when you can really dedicate a playthrough. If not, you'll get confused. It's a deal. Rude. You got it, boss. Oh, Lord. Okay, I really like this. I feel uncomfy. And it will forever be known as Shouty Sunday. Imagine how confusing this will be for a first-time chatter. I feel free. Let's go. Why are we yelling? Library caps. Hi, YouTube. I hope it's chill for you. Back from Costco. How's everyone's day? Dude, I wish I went to Costco this week. Dude, I got a bunch of like plant type stuff for my house. I got some green around the house. Dude, things are feeling real good. Not gonna lie, it makes it easier to read. Instead, I'm just going to type using only a capital letter for the first letter in each word. I low-key kind of hate people that unironically type like this as standard. Judging. Playing Hot Pot on Palia. Sometimes I accidentally type that way, Deza, because I'm so used to typing titles for my YouTube and Twitch. So, like, you might hate me sometimes. Yo, what's up, Miss Petch, by the way? I saw you pop in. What's up, Nisi Star? Yeah, like, sometimes I get caught up in my brain will, like, I'll have, like, brain rot, and I'll go to type to somebody, and I'll do capitals for every word like I'm titling a stream, because I do that so often. The same thing on YouTube. And I'll catch myself and I'll have to go back and delete the caps. Like, what am I doing? Nice. Now Blathers can identify our fossils for us. You're pushing it, Minty. You're pushing it. You better calm down. Sometimes I send messages in all caps by accident and always have to say whoops for shouting. Yeah, getting a little excited every once in a while is cool though. I don't mind caps every once in a while. There's only a couple scenarios where I think people should be mindful of caps. And it's like multiple repeated messages. It's kind of feeling out a room, like for example, if you're in a stream where the chat is moving so fast that you can't see a message from a minute ago, caps are probably not going to be a big deal. Right? Does that make sense? So like if you are looking at the Twitch chat right now and you have timestamps on, if you can see a message from 1 minute ago, then that chat is probably slow enough to where you don't really want to be so intrusive with all caps. Purposely. We're not talking about accidentally. That's like my rule of thumb. But if you go into a Twitch chat and you can barely keep up with it, it's like, who cares? I'm sure the streamer doesn't either. But I think if a chat's slow enough, you do want to be mindful because it does come off like you're screaming in like a slower chat. It does kind of feel like you're screaming at people. And like, here's the funny part about that. I think that's an old internet thing. I don't think that kids on the internet nowadays or people in general view caps the same way. I think because I was raised on a version of the internet where caps were implied to be screaming, I don't think it's necessarily the same. I think like the generation under us, whether by age or just people who are new to the internet, because you know, you could be old and new to the internet, I don't think you look at caps the same way. You don't feel like you're being screamed at. I think a lot of that is psychological because I grew up on the internet in an era where that was a very specific thing that people would call out. It was like a feeling that you didn't want to invoke, so you like wouldn't do it. So it's very strange, but in all reality, like nowadays, it's not even that big of a deal for like most people. I never sold my turnips, dude. We lost money as well. Let's take them to the dump. Internet mannerisms are not taught like that, like they were with us though. I think that's what's up. Yeah, right. Like the internet's very different nowadays. It's like not, it's more acceptable to just kind of be, to just kind of wild out. Oh, they accidentally put periods. Sorry, Mel. They put periods and Nightbot thought that they were trying to send you a link. Yeah, my nips. And they were such a good price. I should have just sold them. I just thought I started not feeling well and I didn't play this game and I just completely forgot. Because like I just like wasn't even in my office for like 2 days that I was supposed to stream and play this game. And then I kind of want to keep the pathos. And then I had 2 days scheduled off with a guest coming in town, and like I don't usually spend any time on my computer when I have people in town. Dude, I'm sad. I'm sad that we let our turnip spoil. This pothos is kind of tall for this spot. Let's go ahead and put this here. Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga is free on Epic right now, but that would require me to load Epic up. Oh, and then click claim the free game. Oh, I don't know if it's worth it, man. You're like me, why can't everything just be on the Switch? Yeah, dude. I might actually go claim that. Yo, look how much fun we're having. Look how much fun you're having. Yo, Patty with the 12, man. What's up, dude? Hope you're able to rest. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good now. I just had a rough couple days, man. Yeah, we're good though. I had a rough couple days and then I had a couple beautiful days. To be fair, like 2 of the 4 days I took off were unplanned, unscheduled, and maybe a tiny bit miserable. And then 2 of them were beautiful, exciting, fun. My apartment got decorated and put together and I had some help. And like, that's the best feeling ever. Like not having to do everything alone and like having somebody who was 100% all in on making sure they left me with a beautiful apartment to relax in. Like, it don't get no better than that, man. It was an absolute beautiful couple days. So I didn't get to see you guys in between. So you only heard me taking off because I was like injured, but like in all reality, it's shifted into a beautiful Friday, Saturday. I had a you know, I'm even still like a little bit sore and stuff like that from the medical stuff I was taking care of, and it's nothing serious. I don't feel like talking about it, but it's nothing serious. Just for the record, like I'm 100% fine. Didn't have to go to a doctor or nothing. I just had to take care of myself for a couple days. But that only affected me like so much. Like once Friday rolled around, Friday rolled around, I was able to start kind of getting into the groove. And then I only kept taking days off because I had those days already planned to take off. That's really, like, I almost streamed Friday and or Saturday, but I don't get to see my partner as much as I would like. And I kind of just said, screw it. It was one of those examples that we were just talking about earlier, where streamer me and personal me had a battle. Personal me won. Personal me won.
Each day arrive, each day win.
You know, I realized, I'm like, listen, dude, I could stream for 4 hours and my partner doesn't care. They're super kind. Nah, like, I want to spend my time with them while they're here because I don't get as much, you know, where it's a long distance relationship. So let's go. I'll just show back up on Sunday and we'll hit the reset button and we'll be here today and throughout the next week. I probably won't even take a day off unless I need one for some reason. Maybe just a couple short streams. We'll see where the week takes us. We'll see where the week takes us, baby. Yo, thank you, Sam, for 22. Good to see you back in here, Sam. And thank you, Patty, again. Yeah, happy to be here. Got me some cheese curls. All right, we're gonna have to figure out what we're doing with these tickets. They're taking over my town right now. Ugh. Oh, we gotta go sell this stuff back. We just gotta keep the GameCube symbol. My house is getting real full real fast. We might need to go upgrade our house. Yeah. Sunset top, diner uniform, exotic screen. No, I missed everything. I missed raffle day, my turnips spoiled. Yeah, all that build up. Yeah, I know, random. It all happened so fast, dude. Because I was kind of out of commission for 2 days. And then by the time I got back into commission, I think I had already missed all that stuff. And then I just I wasn't on my computer basically for 4 days. Yeah, oh, nice. We can get this bug though. Yeah, I'm very sad about it, but it is what it is. That's the kind of thing in Animal Crossing that, like, I'm okay with. That's why I like Animal Crossing. I know this sounds a little bit weird, but hear me out. I love Animal Crossing because sometimes you just miss a holiday. Sometimes you log in and your turnips are spoiled and you just can't do anything about it. Sometimes you log in and you miss the monthly raffle that you were building up toward for days. And well, that's life. Them's the breaks. It is what it is. Right? Like, that's why I love Animal Crossing. So, like, I'm not heartbroken about it at all. But it does suck. You know? It's like, well, you know, whatever. Yo, what's up, Allie? Happy Sunday, dude. Good to see you. At least we got some ants. We didn't have to wait till Halloween for ants. So that's good. You want ants? This is how you get ants. Oops, I scared the fish away that Tengi was looking at. Yeah, Tarantula was asking about the Nookle earlier. We could do our Nookle now if y'all want. Let me go turn this ant in. Okay there, Archer. You want ants? Because this is how you get ants. That show is good. I love John. What is his name? Not John Barrowman. John what? What's that guy's name? Bob's Burgers, Archer, Coach. Yeah, he's all of them. Frisky Dingo. I thought his name was John something. What is this, a museum for ants? John Benjamin. Yes. Yeah, John Benjamin, dude. He's a legend. I like John. I actually think he was also in Hey Arnold. Wasn't he the coach in Hey Arnold as well? Hold on a second. I might be wrong about this. Hey Arnold coach. No, it's Jack Wittenberg. Jack Wittenberg. I don't know who that is, but I was thinking of somebody else. Wait, no, hold on. That's the name of the character. Hold on a second. Give me IMBD. Why are you giving me anything else but IMBD? Like, who cares about anything? Oh, why doesn't it show who voice acted this dude? I have to like dig through the website. I've already lost interest. Jim Belushi? Jim Belushi's the coach from Hey Arnold? Okay. Jim Belushi. Okay, cool. Yeah. Definitely not Benjamin. Yeah, definitely not Benjamin. He has an album called I Should Have Learned to Play the Piano where he improvs cluelessly along with professional jazz musicians. That's sick. I love that, actually. Yeah, coach from Home Movies. John Benjamin. He's the coach from Home Movies. He's Bob's from Bob's Burgers. He's in Frisky Dingo and Archer and a slew of other things. The dude honestly has a beautiful track record. It's good voice actor. I know him most from Home Movies, actually, because I watched that show a lot as a kid. But then Frisky Dingo second, Archer third. Archer is his most popular role, I'm pretty sure, at this point. Oh, thank you, Abigail. How are you today? You can use channel points to redeem emotes. If you have some channel points, feel free to get yourself a random or choose a emote to use. All right, here we go. It's time for the Daily Nookle. Let me go ahead and turn off Midnight Lizard here. He has a cameo in Park and Rec that I just watched. I'm good. I'm doing all right today. All right, here we go. Time for the Daily Nookle. Yesterday was Tammy again. All right, Tangy, let's go. Well, we got a female and we got cute and simple. So we'll start off with those. We'll start off with our freebies. And from there, we're just going to go for it. We're not going to use the filter too much yet. All right. So cute and simple and a female, not a cat, not peppy, not music interest, not a Gemini. One thing I wish that the Nookle would do is would tell you this information next to the villager's name. Like, it should just tell us, like, their stats. Because it doesn't really matter. Unless it's meant to be something that you have to base your knowledge off of it. Like, you should know that Anka is a blank. Like, unless you're supposed to, like, just know. Which I do understand that challenge of it. Like, if the challenge of it is you're supposed to kind of know, then, well, you know, it's different. Aurora? What is Aurora's personality? I'm not sure. We could try Aurora. She's a penguin. She might not be a Gemini. Green, yellow. She's normal. Well, we can get normal out of the way with Aurora, sure. Time to join the force. Off to my Jedi duties. Yo, have a good day, Aelith. Wow, normal and education locked in. We'll go ahead and we'll lock normal in just to make our life easier here because this just makes our life easy. So I don't mind using the filter to make our life easy because we don't have to sit here and think because we know like these things. I think the one thing I might stop doing is using the filter in a way to where, like, for example, going into the filter and turning everything off except for Aquarius and like Gemini. Like, okay, that's like a little excessive. I think I would rather just use the filter when we know for sure there's something there. All right. I think that's a little bit cleaner and it keeps the challenge alive a little bit. So no penguin. Yeah, we're narrowing it down right now. It's like Wordle, right? No pink, no red, but maybe green or maybe yellow. No Aquarius, no Gemini, huh? Normal villager. No penguin, no cat. Mo. Maybe Lily the frog? I think Lily would like green, maybe like yellow. I think Lily seems cute and simple.
For the continued amazing entertainment. You always make my work.
What's Lily's birthday though? That's the thing I'm gonna look up. That's one thing I'm looking up birthdays because I'm never gonna be able to remember these freaking birthdays. Aquarius. So Lily's out. I'm never gonna be able to remember birthdays. Yeah, we want normal. Normal's good. So green means good, red means bad, yellow means one of. So correct is green, yellow's partial, red's wrong. So as you can see here, Tangy gave us positive female, not a cat, not peppy, not music, maybe green or yellow, definitely cute or simple, no Gemini. All right. Now, what did Aurora give us? Well, it double confirmed female, but no penguin. However, we know it's a normal villager now. And we know that they're education-based hobby. So you see, we're slowly piecing together what villager is here based off of the information that we are getting provided. So green means good. So we want a normal villager. We don't want a penguin. We don't want a cat. To help people follow who are new here. Yo, thank you, Midna, for 9 months. Maple's a Gemini, so no Maple. So Melba's a Gemini as well? No. Maybe Melba. Maybe Melba's the answer. Let's go with Melba. She's an Aries. So, we didn't get any new information with Melba. We didn't get, besides for green confirmed again. So we kind of got screwed. So Melba was a great choice, but it didn't work out. It didn't give us a ton of more information. Now, Coco could be an answer, right? It might be yellow, white. Or it could be green, white. The problem is I don't remember their favorite colors. We would have to look up their page. Yeah, favorite colors, favorite styles, and birthdays are the hardest things to remember. I can kind of remember hobbies. But like these three are really hard to remember without looking it up. Coco's my dude. Coco's a nerd, so education tracks. Oh, it was Coco. Nice. All right, dude. Coco tracks on the nerd education vibes. So she's a female rabbit, normal education. She's beige and green, cute and simple, and a Pisces at the end of the day. Nice. Coco was a good call out. Very cool. All right. Very cool. And just to go back to that, it ended up being green and beige. So interesting that beige was there. Yeah, that's super interesting. All right. So let's go back and let's go to Nookonomics. Now, this is one of my favorites to do here. Let's go ahead and mute this and let's get this going here. All right. And on today's edition of Nookonomics, the item is a graduation gown. What do you think the graduation gown cost in Animal Crossing New Horizons? So this is a little different, Emma Floating Rupees. All right, this is a little different. This one you have to guess the price and you have to use the arrow guide. So if you read this, the buy price is much higher. Guess is not within 25% of the correct answer. Not within 25%. A little confusing. Yellow arrow means the guess is within 25% of the correct answer. This means that it's within 5%. This means it's below 25. This means it's lower within 25%, and this means it's way below. So essentially, the way that I read this is double arrow means it's far away. Yellow arrow means it's close. Green means it's very close. All right, we're starting off with 800, Bob. Way more expensive than 800. Way more expensive. So again, not within 25% of the correct answer. So this is nowhere near. This graduation gown, they're waxing you. You just graduated. You better get a job and put yourself in debt because that's what you need to do to afford your graduation gown. All right, 1,300, Bob. Wow, it's double arrows above 1,300. What is going on? What is happening? What? How much does a graduation gown cost? This is crazy. College is expensive. 301? 2,500, 3,001, Bob. Oh, it's still more expensive than this. We got a single yellow arrow, 30,001. What is going on? Higher, Bob. 3,500, Bob. Boom! Good timing. It was 3,360. Screw being able to afford college. I can't even afford the gown for graduating high school. You think I can afford college? I can't even afford the gown, man. 3,200 Geeky Ray was pretty close. It looks like Geeky Ray might have been the closest. Nice. Yeah, Geeky Ray had it. Robbing us, dude, yeah. Our daily Nookle. Ah, I wasn't expecting my character's face to be all close like that. Lady, you're scaring us. Maybe it's 100% silk. Yeah, true. Oh, did Prof Unknown also say 3,200? Okay, I missed that. Nice. Shoutouts to Prof and Geeky. They had it in the bag, dude. Prof and Geeky aren't playing games. There's usually one or two people that get pretty close to the bet. I'm waiting for the day that somebody gets it right on the nose. Or like within like 50 bells. without like looking it up. It's already happened, I think. I think one of our Nookonomics was like somebody was like within 50 of it. So we've had a couple people get real close. Nice. Slade. How did you go in debt in AC? Well, I tried to buy clothes to graduate. Note to self, use hand-me-downs. True. Rare. Oh, I didn't see where that bee was. It was like right up here. So it was between 2 and 3 here. Let's just go this way. Just one more set of bees will be cool. We don't gotta hunt them all down. What's up, Rachel Green Tea? Bum, 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 bum. There's some of those things in the industry that are like just overpriced because they know people like have to buy it. And that's like graduation gowns. Like they're probably just overpriced because like people will always buy them. And because graduation's such a big deal, people will just pay whatever. That's how they get away with nonsense like that. Now, I know we're talking about Animal Crossing and not real life, but hear me out. It's a scam no matter what. For serious. Yeah, for sure, man. Because they just know. They just know, like, people are going to buy this and people are going to pay whatever. You're right, and you should say it. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. And I guess to some extent it is like a specialty item because you only wear that bad boy like once in your life. So I guess it's probably considered like specialty. Whoa, Leopold, you pissed, dude? Homie was mad, but he cooled off quick. Or if you want to pretend to be a wizard. Oh, wait, we have some more cherries to plant. It's a polyester bathrobe. True. I never wore a graduation gown because I finished up school online. They invited me to a ceremony, but I like physically stuck my middle finger up to the sky when I got the note about it. I'll never forget. I was like, I got a note with like my diploma and stuff, and they're like, we'll be having a physical, ceremony. And I was like, and I was never seen again. I was like, no thanks. You think I'm going around people? Got me messed up. Imagine people. Oh. Say my school could go suck a lemon. Yeah, I was not about that life. I didn't care about walking across some stage or whatever. Plus, at that point, all my friends had already graduated because I was behind. I had to do like an extra semester or 2 or something like that. Because I was a snot nose who didn't like going to school. That was very truant. Playing some Sims and lurking. What's up, Breeberry? Enjoy. Hope your novel's coming along. That's cool. Nice, Geeky. That's cool. Hopefully that kind of made up for it. A scale? What is this game trying to tell me? Freaking scale fell out of the tree. I'd rather do anything than go to some high school reunion. A high school reunion happened at some point in the school I grew up, but I didn't go. I don't need to be reminded I don't have kids or a summer house. True, true. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just don't need to be reminded. Like, what was I doing? So I would have been, basically I would have been 28, right? Because 10-year high school reunion. Like, what was I actually doing at that time? I was... Let's see. I was working in a kitchen. Playing Breath of the Wild. Because I got Breath of the Wild a year after it released. Like, I was way too busy. I was way too busy, dude. I had just gotten Breath of the Wild for the first time. You think I got time to go to a reunion? If they had one, my 20-year reunion would have been 2 years ago. Sheesh. I don't even know if that's a thing. I would be interested in a 20-year reunion only because I do find it interesting to see what people are up to in their 30s. 20s, who cares? Like, who cares? 20s are dumb. If you're in your 20s, no offense, 20s are dumb. 20s are fine, they're dumb. 30s are dope. 30s are dope. Don't let anybody lie to you. Sure, we got some aches and pains or whatever, but 30s are super dope. 20s were stupid. I think most people agree with that. So, like, in all reality, like, I wouldn't mind going to like a 20-year reunion just to kind of see what people are up to, because like I think 30s are really where people start to flourish and like shine, and where like it might be worth it to have a conversation and everyone would be on equal ground and people wouldn't be judging you for not having a summer house and kids, because like you have enough wisdom in your life to where most people mature at that point. So I think it would actually be enjoyable to see people 20 years later. But like 10 years later, everyone's all punks. Everyone's trying to prove each other better than each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, everyone's like, oh, what have you been doing for 10 years? Like, nobody cares. But whereas I feel like 20 years, like everyone's probably at a point to where they can respect each other's life decisions. And you could probably sit down and have a solid conversation and like really see what people are up to. Like that could be kind of cool, I think, like, not that there's really anybody from high school that I want to talk to. Not really, to be fair, but it would be cool, I guess. 20s were almost more awkward than teens because we suddenly had to figure out how to adult, or we just completely ignored adulting. That was me. I just didn't adult in my 20s at all. I just did whatever the heck I wanted, and I'm paying for it in my 30s. Like, that's just pretty much how that went. You either learned how to adult or just didn't. And then you turn 30 and you're like, well, I guess I can adult now. Frick. At least I know what I'm doing, kind of. like, yeah, 20s for me were just like, yeah, whatever. I don't even want to exist. Peace. And I peaced. Playing games and eating way too much pizza. Yeah, it was just like, yeah, okay. 30s rolled around, I'm like, man, past me really sucks. That was like the first thing I said when I turned 30. I was like, wow, past me, you stink. I guess I need to pick up the pieces. I was just like, all right, let me figure this out. How does credit work? They didn't teach me that in school. Frick. Oh, you mean I can't drink milk anymore? Well, frick. But I thought that cereal was going to be my diet into my 40s. Somebody lied to me. Yo, what's up, Lunar? See, good to see you, dude.
Adulting in my 20s, and now I do whatever the F I want.
See, that's cool. That's cool. Like, that's how you should have did it. In my opinion, that's the preferred way. And people who figured that out, like, good on you. Like, you either had parents that you need to celebrate, or you need to celebrate yourself because you figured it out. I truly believe if you figured that out, if you managed to do your adulting early on so that you could relax into your 30s and 40s, like, you figured it out. I unfortunately was a knucklehead. And I didn't do anything in my 20s, so now I have to kick my own butt every day to do everything in my 30s. And hopefully my 40s are as chill as you're saying now. That's my goal. My goal is hopefully my 40s are like super smooth sailing, chilling, like a villain, you know? Like, that's kind of the goal now, because, like, I lost that battle. I remember taking personal finance in high school, and instead of learning about credit, all we did was watch Dave Ramsey videos. Weird. Yo, thank you, DJ, for the tier 2 for 25 months, dude. Totally fair. Yeah. If you figured that out, dude, if you managed to get most of your adulting out of the way in your early life, dude, you won for sure. That's for dang sure. Gotta look back and look at past you and give him a pat on the back. Yeah, exactly. Exhaustion, you know? We're just looking at that little bit more endgame. A little bit more endgame, right? But thank God we learned about the mitochondria as the powerhouse of the cell. Credit though? Nah. Yeah, thank goodness I learned about World War II for literally like 8 years of my full educational experience. But hey, credit? What's that? Like, what? But let me tell you, I know all about World War II. And I can definitely do algebra. I think. Long division, maybe. Taxes, don't know her. How do credit cards work? No clue. Wait, wrong shop. Texas? You mean the state? I could tell you how rocks are formed and the type of clouds I see, but Texas? Exactly. Like, I could tell you if that's a Sirius cloud or an XM cloud or FM or whatever you want to call it. No, I'm just kidding. I guess I can't tell you that. But listen, some science stuck with me. All right, to be fair. Yeah, school was a sham, to be fair. But there are certain things that I think traditional schooling was still important for certain things, but It really is weird because the expectation is that schooling is preparing us, but in all reality, it's a combination of schooling and parenting. But I just don't think some parents get that. And like, I'm not talking down on anybody, you know, whatever. Right? Like that's what it's like. It was never supposed to be just school, but a lot of parents are like, yep, you're in school. You're going to be prepared for life. And it's like, nah, like you need to also teach me things because school is not going to be the one. Like that's where the unfortunate issue comes in play because school's only there to kind of guide you in a certain direction. You parents need to also do guiding. Otherwise, you know, you get me as your product. Look, mom. I didn't realize I still had that alert. Look, mom. I agree with that statement. Yeah. Look, mom, we did it. They're teaching kids a lot of that stuff young now. My brother's in 5th grade learning algebra. That's cool. Yeah. I've heard that things have advanced pretty fast. I know my niece was like doing algebra stuff like real early, like even just little fragments of it. So yeah, things have definitely gotten faster, you know. And I mean, such is the way with like technology, right? Like as technology increases. There it is. I was about to say, where's the sound coming from? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Yeah, Dazza, we have options out here, but it's similar in the States. So like your average employer gives you a thing called a W-2. Yo, what's up, dude? Thank you, X Crossing, for the 5 gifted. What the heck? Thank you, man. What's up? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, like your average employer gives you a thing called a W-2 in the States, and then the W-2, you have 2 choices. You can either have more taxes taken out, and then you get what we call a tax return at the end of the year, where you get money back based on how much was supposed to be taken out, because they just take like a flat rate out. And then at the end of the year, they say, okay, this is how much you made. We took a little too much. Here's $2,000 back, right? Or you can make it to where they take less out of your check every month, but then at the end of the month, you could owe them money. Or maybe you just don't get anything back. And that's it. So you have 2 options from your average employer in the States. Your, average employer. But then once you start getting into self-employment and stuff, it's all very different. So like, for example, me, as I'm self-employed, I'm supposed to be reporting every quarter. And I'm supposed to be paying taxes every quarter. That's how like self-employed on a 1099 contract and all that works. I'm self-employed, so I'm supposed to like, but now because I'm technically a contract worker for Twitch, and then I also can just pay taxes at the end of the year through my contract work. Now, because I have, if you get an LLC, or if you actually turn your stream into a business, which a lot of streamers do, then you're technically self-employed and you have to do quarterly payments. So like, once you get out of the normal job, it does start to get a little bit more complicated in the States, but like, it's not too bad. It's just, you have to pay money at the end of the year. Bum, 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 bum. You can pay all your taxes all at once on a 1099, but the taxes are so much. Right. I think I remember reading something, because I was just doing taxes recently, and I remember reading something like the difference between a 1099 and a 10. There's like another one. There's like a 1099, and then there's like a 10 something. And one of those you're supposed to report quarterly, I guess. But like a 1099, you don't have to. Very much worth paying the $250, $350 for a CPA to do your taxes. Yeah, I'm done. This is the last year I'm doing my own taxes. I'm done with it. It's funny that you say that. I decided this year I'm done. I've been using TurboTax my whole life, and it was fine, but this year I realized, like, I'm done. I need to, like, be doing this, like, way more officially. Because I have a lot going on in my life between, like, there's so many different sources of income coming in, and I have to keep all of those different incomes and, like, organize them, and, like, there's just, like, so much going on in my business because it's more than just Twitch that I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna start paying somebody to do my taxes, dude. Like, I'm over it, man, because this year sucked. This year absolutely sucked. This was my worst year of taxes yet. I hated it so much because there were so many more complications. Like, everything changed this year. Like, they just started doing everything different. Like, Twitch doesn't, now PayPal's the one that gives you, like, they changed everything. Like, Twitch doesn't give me a 1099 anymore. This was the first year Twitch didn't give me a 1099. PayPal gives it to me. But what's the problem with that? PayPal includes any payments, direct donations, the Minecraft server. So all of a sudden, everything changed for me. And I went from, like, doing PayPal and Twitch and all of these different things separately to having to figure everything out in, like, bulk. And it was like, some stuff was, like, taxable, some stuff wasn't. And, like, I'm like, you know what? I'm paying for someone to do this. I'm like, okay, we're done. We've passed that point in our journey. I need an official accountant. Yo, what's up, Kyler? Good to see you, dude. We use an accountant and it's so worth it. Yeah. I've just never done that before, so it's like one of those things where it's like I don't know where to start. Good thing I have a whole year to figure it out. To find me an accountant. You feel like a real adult when you say that out loud. You feel like a real adult when you're like, I gotta get an accountant for my taxes. Yeah, I need an accountant. But in all reality, like, your average person could probably benefit from an accountant. But it feels like such an adult thing to say out loud. It's like, oh yeah, I need an accountant. Yeah, I'm just that important. We've got one too. Yo, what's up, dude? Yeah, let me just check with my accountant. As an accountant who doesn't do taxes, I hire a different accountant to do them. What? Accountants hiring accountants? Now I've heard everything. Yo, what's up, Orange Magikarp? So it sounds like taxes are kind of a specialization. And not every person who goes into accounting is specialized in doing taxes. That's what it sounds like, yeah. Which makes sense. Ask friends and family. True, dude. Let me go ahead and see if I have any of those friends and family laying around real quick. Yeah, looks like I'm going to H&R Block. Looks like I'm going to H&R Block. Homies and relatives block. Wait, that's the wrong block. All right. I think we got all the bees I feel like hunting for today. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry right now. Oh, my mistake. It's Hylian. I thought you were going to hit on me or ask me to do a favor. Oh, she wants a ball. Okay, I like this quest. I know where I saw it last, but I might have kicked it in the water. Go. I'd rather the D&D block. Yeah, M and Beyond, that makes sense. Yeah, my hope is to find somebody to do my taxes for like a reasonable amount. I think from the research I've done, I can get somebody to do my taxes for like $300 to $500. And TurboTax already charges like a couple hundred if you want to keep all your tax information from the year before. So in all reality, I'm already spending like $100, $200 to do my taxes myself every year. Because like the deal with TurboTax is like you pay them to like keep your information for the next year. So like this year I didn't pay them. That's why I'm cutting off, because I realize like I'm just getting scammed. It's not that scammy, it's just so convenient and they know how to get you. But in my line of work, I have to pay my at the end of the year. I'm going to pay every year no matter what. So in all reality, for me, I'm not in a business where I get money back at the end of the year. I only pay ever. So for me, it's not about getting a return back. It's about getting someone to hopefully do my taxes in a way to where I'm getting the most off of what I owe that I can, like write-offs. But yeah, in my line of work, like I only pay money at the end of the year. So like, for example, as a streamer, you're recommended to save 30% of every one of your checks. That's like that's the recommended in the industry. Save 30% of everything you make. Put it aside, and at the end of the year, you'll be able to pay your taxes and you'll have some extra money laying around. So that's what I do. I follow that. I got that advice really early into streaming, and that's just the advice I follow. So no matter what, every single check, I take a third of it and put it away for tax purposes. That's not like money I'm saving for a car. That is literally money I put away for taxes. At the end of the year, I do my taxes. I have some money left over almost always, and then I'm done. So it's a little bit much, but you know, whatever. The money you pay an accountant is a write-off itself. I also pay my quarterly taxes. It may save you in the end of the year. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe looking into doing quarterly. I don't do that right now, but it might be nice. Free Tax USA. Yeah, I thought about using Free Tax USA, but it requires you to actually think, and that's kind of tough. Yeah, it's kind of tough, man. All right. Yeah, it's tough, dude. Because like I've been using TurboTax since I first started paying taxes. So I just got like really used to their systems. You know what I mean? It's just I've been grandfathered in. I've been using TurboTax since they first existed, when it was all free. You know, so it's like, it's all just like very fast and easy for me. I can do it in an hour and be pretty confident that I'm getting the write-offs that I want. I know their system really well. So like I went to go use Free Tax USA, and it wasn't anywhere near as intuitive as I was hoping. And I was like, oh, like I'm so used to this like super smooth system that I've been so used to. It's like, oh, like it's not as intuitive for me. Like I'm just used to something else, you know? Yeah, Kyler, exactly. You have to be careful about that. With a tax preparer, you can totally hand them a bunch of documents and walk away, have fun. Now it's a breeze. Yeah, it's just the transfer over that's really getting me. I know that if I were to just sit, that's why, like I said, this year I cut them off. I didn't give them any extra money. I did my taxes, and at the end I was like, no, you're not getting anything from me. I'm not coming back next year. Don't hold my documents. I'll figure it out. I'm done. We're done with them. We're moving on. but I'll probably get an accountant anyways. There used to be a site called TurboTaxSucks.com. That's pretty dope. I like that. That's pretty dope. Now that's the internet. That's the world I want to live in. Okay, we already got that treasure for sure. That's the world I want to live in. All right, we need 20 more thousand to pay off our debt. We're pretty close. If we didn't bomb the money rock today, we'd actually be able to pay our debt off. It's unfortunate. Yo, Farrell's Barkley, thank you for 7 months, dude. Thank you again, X Crossing. I hope you've been well. Turnips and tickets. I ended up not playing the game. I ended up running into some issues. Yeah, it sucks. I didn't end up streaming after Tuesday, and I wasn't like around my computer. I had to deal with some medical stuff. Yeah. And I just didn't even think about it. That's how far away my brain was from like reality for like 2 days. As I was just like, nah, I didn't even think about it. And then by the time I did think about it, it was already like the 3rd. And I was just like, whatever, we lose. It's okay though, because I was just saying earlier, that's one of the things that I love about Animal Crossing is like, I like the kind of misery that comes with like, I like being punished for making a mistake in Animal Crossing. I think that's cool. That's the whole point of the game. It's like, yeah, sometimes you spend some money and then your turnips spoil. And like, that's it. Yep. Welcome to life, Animal Crossing. Like, I don't know, like there's something about that experience that doesn't bother me even a little bit. And it's really what keeps me coming back to this game time and time again. Is like, I know that there are consequences to my real life decisions. And in real life, I decided not to load this game up for a week. And not only did I miss the raffle at the end of the month, my turnip spoiled as well. I think that's really cool, man. I think Animal Crossing's special because of that. So, am I disappointed? Yeah. But, you know, I'm not heartbroken. That's why I'm not a big time traveler. That's why I like playing this game in its original essence. Oh, we were looking for the ball. Because I think that's the kind of stuff that really draws me to this game. That like combination of real life and video game. That's what this game does best. It manages to combine real life with the video game, and you kind of blend and immerse your real life into it. You log in every day, you look forward to selling your turnips. You know, something happens in life and you go out of town for 3 days, you come back home, Tangy's pissed at you. You didn't give her enough attention. Oh, here it is. Like, I think that's just the coolest part of this game. New Dream Snap, nice. All right, I knew this river was coming. All right, the way my town's laid out is like we're pretty safe here. Oh! All right, let's go down there. Yeah, this is a pretty easy ball quest. Nah, Sally, back off. Now, I just got to make sure there's not like a lake that I'm forgetting about or like a pond. But I think we're good. Oh my, it's a ball. I'd be at a loss to distract the bored young guest myself. A righty desk. Derwin? Yeah, Derwin's cute. This might be one of the first times I've had Derwin in Animal Crossing GameCube. I think he was in the original Animal Crossing GameCube, if I remember when we looked it up, so I had the possibility of seeing him, I just never did. I think it was Tasha that wasn't. I think the only villager we have so far in our town that wasn't in the original Animal Crossing GameCube for the Western audience is Tasha. I think Derwin was in. Let's go check real quick. So, but I will say that I've never had Derwin myself. So it's pretty cool to have him running around. Yo, did y'all see Hunter put out a new video about soft locking the Animal Crossing games? I'm pretty excited to check it out. I think we'll watch it on stream. Yeah, I didn't watch it yet. Also, we were talking about it this morning, but Eric Barone, the developer of Stardew Valley, also put out an interview with a PC Gamer, and it was really cool and really insightful. It was like 20-30 minutes. He talks about Haunted Chocolatier, and he also just kind of shares some thoughts. I will say the interviewer asked the worst question ever. That makes no sense for the Stardew community, in my opinion. He goes, what do you think about Krobus? It seems like everybody loves Krobus. What do you think about Krobus? Why does everyone like him? I'm like, hold on, you clearly are the fakest fan interviewer. Because in what universe is Krobus the person worth asking about? You have Sebastian, which is Shane, Pam. You have Clint, Pierre. What? Krobus is cool. Krobus is cute. But of all the questions to ask Eric Barone, you ask him about Krobus? Nah, man, let's get some tea, dude. Ask him about Clint. Ask him about Pierre. Ask him about a character that matters. Like, what are you saying? Like, I was so mad. I'm like, dude, this is a terrible question. And you want to know what's so funny? Eric literally gets thrown off. Like, you can tell by Eric's response that he was not ready to talk about Krobus. You can like literally tell, like in the response, he's like, yeah, Krobus. Yeah, I mean, I think people like him because he's a little shadow guy, because he's not human. And I think people like that he's not human because that's kind of a cool thing. Like, he had no idea what to say because who the cares about Krobus? Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, I was so confused. I'm like, what, dude? Like, what are you saying? Like, and then like Eric goes further. Like, I think there was a question about Pierre, or I think Eric just mentioned Pierre, but he talks a little bit about Pierre. I think the question was like, why do you think Pierre gets so much hate or something? I think so. I think this was a question by the interviewer, and Eric replied pretty like, he was laughing pretty hard. He was like, he says something along the lines of, he didn't expect Pierre to actually be hated as much as he is. And he says, especially because Pierre is like a big part of the community center storyline and how it all resolves with Pierre, you know, doing his thing. So he laughs and he's like, yeah. And he mentioned something along the lines of not really expecting Pierre to be like such a bad guy. And he kind of found that funny. And he talks about Jojamart and how he never really wanted Jojamart to be like the bad guys. And he never really wanted like the good guys, bad guys routine, because he wanted things to be a little bit more nuanced, because he feels that in real life, things are more nuanced. So he regrets that he never made Jojamart like more worth it and like more perks and maybe like not look so bad, like bad guy, good guy. And I'm sitting there with my partner. I'm like, well, hold on a second. JojaMart has a ton of gameplay value. Being able to purchase stuff, being able to like to skip playing the game in certain areas to go to the JojaMart actually has a bunch of dope perks. So I kind of find that reply a little interesting, because I was like, in all reality, I think he did a pretty good job making JojaMart a pretty enticing thing to engage with for a lot of players. But I do understand what he says, what he means, as far as like JojaMart feels like bad guys and Pierre feels like good. I literally made a whole playthrough about evil JojaMart. So like, I understand like why he said, he kind of says he would prefer if there was a little bit more nuance there, and like that maybe the lines were blurred between good and bad a little bit more with when it comes to JojaMart. And I thought that was pretty cool insight, that he feels that way. That like the way that we as a community of gamers look at JojaMart maybe wasn't necessarily his intention. And JojaMart was never meant to be like the bad guys, but they kind of ended up that way. I find that to be a pretty cool little take. Otherwise, I'm trying to think. I thought there was one more character he talked about that I really laughed. He talks about like how he leaves some characters on cliffhangers, and how on one hand he likes that some stories don't get resolved, but on the other hand he kind of feels like maybe it would be cool if he actually wrapped those characters' stories up. However, he identifies that like art is best when it's interpreted, and that it's kind of cool that we're left like yearning for more, and like that the book never fully closes on some characters, and we're left kind of fantasizing about where those characters go from now, and what life might be like for them in the future. And I could not agree with him more. My favorite art is art that's interpreted, and that has room for interpretation, rather. That's why I love like Aesop Rock so much, because the way he rhymes is very open for interpretation. He doesn't always tell you a direct story. He uses a lot of metaphors and similes, and the way he tells stories is sometimes meant to be interpreted depending on the person listening. So I find it interesting that he very much is an artist. Eric Barone very much knows this and understands this. And I like that. I like that he, as an artist, he understands that you don't always want to close the book, because when you close the book, it stops some of the imagination from flourishing when it comes to your players and the people who are consuming your content. And I thought that was really cool, man. It was a super insightful article. It's an interview. It's in the Discord. I might watch it on stream again, just like for a second time, because I've never watched it on stream, but I watched it in my free time, just so we can all talk about it together. But we'll see if I feel like doing that. But I think we're gonna watch that Hunter video for sure, and see what's up with soft locking in the game. I wouldn't mind doing that. Yo, enjoy your sleep lurk. Yo, what's up, Lemons and Limes? Good to see you here today, dude. Yeah, really interesting stuff, man. Oh, I'll take that cash, thank you. All right. And I think that'll be a wrap here today. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'll have a schedule out tonight, and we'll figure out what we're doing here this week. But I just wanted to get back into the hot seat and figure out what's going on with my channel and my stream, and catch up with everybody after taking those accidental 4 days off. Basically 5. 2 of them were scheduled. But I'll be back tomorrow for the Monday morning show, and we'll go from there. We'll see what we're in the mood to do this next week. I'm not sure. We don't have any games coming out or anything this next week. I don't think so. I know we're waiting on Fantasy Life, but that's the week after. So we kind of have a week to do our thing. We got to get back into our Zelda games. I would like to do some Animal Crossing stuff, and then from there, we'll see. Well, I got to think about it because I'm not sure what I want to do, and I don't want to overspeak. But yeah, we'll get going here tomorrow, and if things go according to plan, this is the beginning of a nice, healthy week of streams. Unlike the unfortunate amount of content last week, so. So I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Thanks for the support coming out here today. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you again, Farrells. And I hope y'all enjoyed a little content, a little bit of Stardew, a little bit of Animal Crossing, a lot of bit of yapping. I never know how to stream after a day off, so hopefully y'all enjoyed the content. I don't know, I'm like lost after the amount of time I took off, so hopefully y'all enjoyed the show. We just kind of came and hung out today. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll be back for the Monday morning show. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hydro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We are out of here. I'm going to do my best to catch up on some of the stuff I couldn't finish last week. So look forward to that. Talking out of stream work. We're going to try to get that YouTube stuff taken care of. I only have until the 19th to completely finish. So we'll try to get that stuff taken care of. We'll try to catch up on Discord and DMs and emails and all that here today, tomorrow, and the next couple days. But more importantly, I'm just happy to be back in the hot seat and putting on a show here for y'all and bringing the community together. So you could definitely look forward to more of that in the least. So I'll see y'all tomorrow, and we'll do the thing and we'll do it again. Hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their weekend and Sunday. Appreciate y'all coming through. I'll have a schedule posted tonight, but we'll probably be doing a free-form schedule again. So just let y'all know what games I'm thinking about playing. And we'll just go. We'll just go with the flow. Gamer Lady, Random, Dazabound, Kita Benita, Zella, TT Tro, Trips 14, Cloveran, Toad. Anybody else I missed out here, y'all? Love y'all, appreciate y'all, honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby.